I like how I try to make it look better and I made it look like ass. You know, I'm getting some last minute things ready here real quick. Oh, would you look at that? Oh God, hang on. I don't go live on YouTube as much, so I gotta get used to this. Let me get rid of that real quick. Go away. Cool. All right. I think I'm trying to monitor it on a different monitor. I think we're okay. I don't know. I don't know why I'm putting headphones on. I guess that should be fine. Hello, people. I see there's a few people in here, so hello. Welcome to, unfortunately, not another episode of Severance, but it's really just a kind of a, I don't know, like a casual little hangout. I got the Milchek special here. I thought we're about to get over here in Nashville, Tennessee. Dox my city. We're about to get snowed in, basically, because well, there's going to be a few inches of snow. So, in preparation for being snowed in, I'm all got the turtleneck on. Like I said, the Milchek special. I gotta finish this banana because I just got back from the gym. So I'm like, I've been running around. Hello, Chalky. Hello, Chalky, Choky. Pardon me. Incredibly rude. I don't know what the best way to observe this would be. I don't want to give away. I don't want to show too much in a live stream, so I have my other personal laptop pulled up. That should be fine. Okay. I think I look and sound good. Oh no, there's an echo. Am I crazy? Oh. Testing, testing. Why is there an echo? Oh, because I had multiple sources. That's why. Because I'm a doofus. I had it. I forgot that I pulled it open in a second window, so I had two. Can you tell I stream live on YouTube so often? I had two different. I had two different sources doing the same thing, so there was a very minute echo. So, yeah, like I said, as you can no doubt tell, this is I got chat pulled up over here too. This is a super casual thing. In essence, I want to go back over season 1, mainly the videos that I had been posting and just kind of go over. I think I responded to some comments, but just kind of want to go over through comments, see what people are saying, see if there's a conversation to be engaged in. This is a little bit different because with Succession, I watched like all 5 seasons and then we went back through and did kind of um a oh my god, the word escapes me, but a retrospective on the entire series, which ended up being a 5.5 hour video where I ranked every season and every episode. Show's not over for Severance, so all I'm here to do is talk about, like, have the conversations. I should have my notepad out just in case. But also it's kind of a Q&A in a way, like if there's ever a time, like if you ever had a comment that I haven't responded to, or if there was ever a time to try to get like to try to cancel MovieMan and get him get him caught unawares by a certain question, then by all means I suppose now's the time. But let's see, notes, see if I can find my, there you go, my old Severance notes. Okay, so I'm excited. I'm excited. Season 2 is just around the corner. So, let's do this, I would assume, the obvious way. let's go to the playlist, and we'll go one by one. Make sure. All right, cool. I'm very paranoid the setup's not working properly. Okay, so good news about hell. So, oh my god, who is that doofus over here? All right, cool. So, sorry for the low energy. You know what? I say low energy. I think it wouldn't be too bad if we had a little bit of some. I would put like corporate lo-fi in the background, but truth be told, I don't want to get copywritten, so we're gonna have some very light beats in the background. How about that? Just something a little light something something. I think it should be good enough. If it's too loud, let me know. But just a little something to fill the background here. Anyway, so let's just go through. Like I said, if anybody has any questions, feel free to let me know. But let's see. I think a majority of people are just excited I was watching the show. Again, the only game plan I had for this video is just a casual stream where I'm going to go through and just look through comments. We're going to go touch base. I'm going to touch back on my tinfoil hat theories for what I think is going to come up in season 2. We might revisit the trailer, but I'll have to do it kind of frame by frame because, again, copyright. I don't want to get like DMCA'd or anything like that, even if this is technically fair use. But can't overstate how good the whole season is. Details. As usual, like around 90% ish people like the like 95 to 98% of the people like the pausing. Not everybody does. Interview with the Vampire. Oh, yes, this is before I was even watching Interview with the Vampire. That's right. And then I was like, oh, I guess I'll watch that show. And then, boy, howdy, was that a good idea. Mark the type of guy to say right as rain. It does have a certain magic to it. I agree with the stellar cinematography for sure. I love the like the Ben Stiller as a director. What a pleasant surprise. I always like it. It's like Better Call Saul, right? I love it to see when like actors, especially if it's like ones, it always ends up being like comedic actors, right? Like you have comedians, or they've been comedians by trade, and then they start to apply their trade and skills to actually like serious, but like more dramatic performances and acting roles and all that, and they shine and they make these brilliant art pieces. And I think one person, hello Atomic Orange, one person, and it was like an interview or something, maybe a podcast. Somebody said part of the reason is most likely that comedians, in a way, understand and kind of have experienced like the darkness that the world and society has to offer. Because oftentimes a comedian is the kind of the role is to like make light of it and try to make you feel better. That whole deal. So, in a way, by being able to recognize that darkness but still find the light, I don't know if this is, I'm paraphrasing severely, but comedians of a higher caliber, like someone like Bob Odenkirk, and then taking his skills to Better Call Saul, because he's a comedian who is familiar with the darkness of the world. He's able to like take that and apply it to his role. I started repeating the right as rain after watching all the reactions. Yeah, right as rain. I've said it. I've only been able to get it into conversation a couple times. I'm not gonna lie. It's a tricky one to fit in. What else is there? Analyzing the show. Didn't win the poll. Not giving up on Dark. Hey, good thing you didn't give up. I have started watching Dark, in case anybody didn't already know. But I think you'll feel peachy keen. Yeah, that's right. I try to bring peachy keen into the conversation. Let's see. Are there any theory? I think they wait to start doing theories till toward the end. Oh yeah, Stanley Parable. I responded to that 100%. I suppose I could be at the very least liking these, right? Like, like the least I could do is show some appreciation here. Do not give up on Dark. Did I already respond to it? Definitely plan on watching it in the future, right up my alley. Oh well, boy howdy, do I have? That sounds so cheesy. Boy howdy, do I have a new series you're really gonna like? And then some like eyes, like something like that. Perfect. I'm already regretting like I forgot the heat's on in here. I'm like wearing 2 layers right now. Reply for show. Did I watch the Apple TV YouTube shorts of the app? I did not. I want to kind of. I think if I pull them up and I have them kind of halved, maybe if I don't have the full thing, I won't get like copy strikes or anything. My nightmare is to have like the I don't want anything bad. It's one thing to try to upload a video and get a copyright warning, like my Last of Us teaser trailer that I uploaded today. That took a couple edits in the editing bay, and it reflects in the video because the sensors, the algorithm, the automated process, like if you try to upload a video and it detects copyright, it'll say, hey, you can't post this. Either it'll say you can't post this because copyright, can't share it, or it'll say, oh, you can share this but you won't get any money from it. So I have to like edit it more severely. But with live, if you like share too much of something, then either the video gets like deleted or taken down, or the channel might get like an infraction on it or something. So it's my only concern. I think you'll feel peachy keen. But all that to say, I'll definitely look it up in a second. I think if I have it playing and I have it kind of maybe either minimized or off to the side, I'd love to see it. The one thing that I haven't watched, and to be honest, I don't plan on watching it. Somebody in the comments when I reacted to the trailer for Severance season 2, they said, "Oh, they've posted the first 8 minutes of episode 1 online." I would rather just go in with the vague trailers and then just experience it all through like a pair of virgin eyes, some virgin eyes, Season and with the vampire finale. I'm excited to binge all through. Awesome. Once you finish, I highly recommend looking up reading the Lexington Letter. Well, yeah, will do. It's up now. Of all the things to copyright strike, trailers make the least, right? They're literally advertisements. It's only beneficial to have people spread them around. You have no idea. Look, don't get me started on copyright. I swear, fair you. I have fought nervously with sweat dripping down. Like, before I got, I shouldn't, I'm not gonna use the word big. Before I started to gain an audience for my reaction content. Funny enough, if you go back a couple years, my first like big videos were actually Telugu cinema, like Tollywood cinema, because I did a reaction video. I did a review for RRR, which is a amazing film, by the way, Rise, Roar, Revolt, I believe. And I was told that the Rajamouli, I believe, is the director. I all of a sudden gained a small like Indian audience, like a following, and they said, "Oh, watch Bahubali." So I watched Bahubali 1, and then I did a reaction video for Bahubali 1 and 2. 2, I literally posted it. It was like an hour. It's like a 3-hour movie condensed into an hour-long reaction. And then it had already been out for a minute, and then I got a copyright strike, and I was like, in for a penny, in for a pound, and I had to write a whole essay, like a dissertation, on why it justified under fair use, and I got it. Somehow the system prevailed, but it's the automated algorithm. That's the thing. Don't get me started on like Nintendo and like trying to share a Nintendo game. But yeah, trailers make the least sense. And I thought for sure, sorry for the rant, I thought for sure that this newest Last of Us teaser, because it's a teaser. Like the first trailer, okay, I get it. It's like damn near 2 minutes. There's a lot of footage. Even when I was uploading, well, no, I had transparency on. I didn't have that many issues uploading my reaction videos for the first season. Then I try to post a trailer reaction, and you see all these reactions. Like you guys are saying, it's gonna spread the word. And normally I do a trailer reaction, I don't get too much flack, for like a new movie coming up. But HBO, man, the algorithm is like, oh, this is a popular show, gotta take it down. Had the same idea, you want to go in fairly blind? Yeah, exactly. Same, I'm waiting for the full episode. I need to find your RR reaction. Unfortunately, it's not a full reaction. So what I did was I did a I mean I can sidebar real quick. I can show. I did a oh boy. How long ago was this again? MovieMan RRR, already off on a tangent. This might be who's that doofus? This might be my highest performing review I ever did back at the old place. So I did a review for RRR because I was just like strictly doing movie reviews at that time, around that time. Well, I delved into reaction content, but then I had a large Indian audience come in watching this video, and they were like, "Hey, first of all, they were so polite and so nice because I was wrong. I called it Bollywood, and it was not Bollywood cinema. It was actually Telugu, so it was like Tollywood cinema instead. But they were like, "Hey, thanks for watching the movie. Glad you loved it because I did." And then from that point, they were like, "Hey, you got to watch the other director's films." To be fair, I've fallen off of Indian cinema, and I really need to get back into it. But I did watch Bahubali, which if you like RRR, yeah, here it is. And I was like, okay, I watched it, guys. So I've got Bahubali 1 and Bahubali 2. I mean, there's full hour reactions of like all the main points in both respective movies, and the more that I think about it, I don't know if if I even have a full version to post for Patreon. I gotta look into that. Maybe I can't even recall if I have or not. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know why I haven't uploaded that yet, but these performed well, and I lost my train of thought. But these are the ones that I actually have like full reaction videos for, if anybody's interested. But they're both very good films, super fun. It's kind of like you got to suspend your disbelief through moments of it with the action and whatnot. But I mean, still, they're like very much worth the journey. But anyway, about the monotonous job thing. Oh yeah, I went on a rant in the first episode because I was saying, for me, and if you like this, by all means, more power to you to find the simple. I mean, part of what I went through in therapy when I was in therapy and kind of changing my mindset was enjoying the simple things in life. And I do have a couple friends that for them, the idea of living a life where you wake up in the morning, you have your coffee, you wake up, you go to your 9 to 5, you drive into the office, you get in your cubicle, you on the computer, for 8 hours straight, have a little lunch break, hi Paul, how are the kids? And you go by the water cooler and you're just like, oh, it's the same old thing. And the weather, man, I tell you, we might get some rain this Friday. Oh, well, we definitely need it. And then go home to the wife and kids, the white picket fence house, watch some Netflix, have a little bit of din, go to bed, rinse and repeat each and every day. Sure, by all means, if that's what you want, if you grew up in a chaotic household or have a life that lacked stability, and that gives you the stability that you either need or want, crave, what have you, more power to you. For me, part of what got me through like the worst of my depression was that, okay, well, I've I recontextualize life as something to be experienced and have to be full of experiences. So for me, it's more about like, oh, living life, doing all the things, sometimes at the cost of my my body, sleep, and sanity. But all that to say, a cubicle job just isn't the life for me. I mean, I guess if the price was right, that I can understand. Like if I was into coding, if I knew more about like Java or C++ or Python or whatever the hell. Like if I really spec'd heavily into that skill tree, then I get it. But for me, I have a job that gets me out of the house during the day. I get to like have this sense of routine, going out, getting out of the house, doing things, but no 2 days are the same. There are certain things that carry through day to day, but then this, especially, like getting to do this and having this slowly grow, it makes life so engaging and interesting because I'm engaging with art, experiencing it, talking about it with, fine guys and gals like you. Hey, the work is mysterious and important. This is very true. We serve care, you child. I'm really talking about theory crafting, tinfoil hat time. We'll get to those comments pretty soon. There's some comments talking about how Cabell, or aka Miss Selvig, but how Cabell actually might be. Oh, there she is, right there. We serve Kia. How she actually might be low key a good guy, like low key. There's a bunch of speculation about her having connections to Mark, of course, old Mark S. And how deep does that go? Or even though she was like directly mean to him, perhaps it was a facade for the sake of his innie in there, and then looking after him, watching. Now, she could just be a straight up bad guy. She could just be bought into the Kira philosophy, right? But I could easily see, I could buy into the subversion of expectations with Cabell having an arc where actually she ends up being a force for good in the possibly for Mark and company in the company, but I don't know. Still on the fence, but growing up, I had jobs at Walmart, UPS, restaurants, and I quit every single one of them about a year in because I was going crazy doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah, I feel you 100%. I can buy Cabell being a fellow victim, twisted by her Lumen experience, but it's hard to believe her as a good guy. Yeah, she might just be. I, I get that. Like a fellow victim. Perhaps it's one of those things where it's like, due to her experience, she's a victim, but it's also twisted her into kind of becoming part of the problem. I could also see that being a viable path where it's like, well, she's not necessarily pure evil, but her circumstances have turned her into more of an antagonistic force. What I'm really curious about is to get more dirt on Milchek. Dude, like Cabell, she's bold and brash. Milchek scares me, dude. Milchek is the one who like genuinely unnerves me very often. His actor does a phenomenal job. Her relationship and closeness to Mark is so curious and interesting, right? And again, on a surface level, you look at her relationship and you think, oh, she's keeping tabs on him. Like she oversees, I guess, what was she, like the general manager of, like, I mean, you could call her the regional, I guess, but if she oversaw the entirety of the severed floor, right? Not just macrodata refinement, like, so I mean, she like optics and design and the whole 9 yards, however many departments there are, she's definitely privy to some information. Miss Cabell definitely has her own motives. I'm behind a bit, but I was curious why I suddenly got a heart on my first comment. Now I know why. Oh, yeah. I think she's mostly experimenting on Mark. Yeah, there's a lot of experimentation going on. I think a lot of it is experimental. Honestly, I my tinfoil hat theory, and this is what I came up with before the comments started flooding in. I'm not saying it's an original Movie Man idea or anything like that, but I think the work is bupkis. I think it's bogus. I think that the work is mysterious and important. No, I think the numbers, and at least in the terms of macrodata refinement, what makes sense to me, I still believe that the numbers are a form of self-regulation for the innies. I think it's them. It's why it makes sense, because as they're working through the numbers, why the hell would you feel a certain connection to certain numbers and then like, oh, I feel literally, I mean, you saw like Heliar, like the fear with certain clusters of numbers and then happiness with others, and basically sorting through their own code, but instead of by, oh, I know what I'm doing coding wise, no, you're guided by the emotion, self-regulation, feeding into a cycle. But all of it's experiment, like it's all got to be experimental. Like all the main work that Lumen is doing is up top, because they're a pharmaceutical company, right? So the front-facing side of that is whatever the experiments on the severed floors or the behind the scenes or lower levels, that is then all, tested out, trials are run, cultivated, and then production begins up top, where then that's the medicine, and then the paperwork and the, oh, who's been severed, who's this, payroll, etc., etc. But my belief is that everything going down below, I mean, I could be maybe I'm like part wrong, but I just feel like a lot of that stuff is so abstract. I mean, maybe some of it does feed into real life, because then if you do look at the Lexington letter, there is that possible tie. It's a hell of a coincidence, if it is, at the exact time that, what's that poor sweet lady's name, that the gal finished her file, and then like literally, like, what was it, the minute that it happened or like a few minutes afterwards, the truck bomb went off in that one city. I think she's experimenting on Mark. She seems really indoctrinated in the whole culty aspects, which, yeah, her shrine, exactly. Hence, it may be stemming from her childhood. The work is all about repressing and purging emotions. Exactly, yeah. Again, to make the ultimate, that's the whole like conceit of Severance, is to like get the emotions out of your system to cultivate the perfect worker, basically, like 100%. 100%. The control vibes, 100%. Fun seeing someone else watching Severance while having also played it. Yeah, I love Control. Oh, you can hear me almost at least once an episode of this show. I talked about the Remedy verse, like Remedy Game Studios and the game Control. 100%. I don't know if one influenced the other or if one borrowed from the other one, but heavy similarities. But also, you could argue like a lot of it, I mean, maybe it's just the concrete and the brutalist architecture, but you could also argue that like Dharma Initiative from Lost also has kind of heavy similarities. Just the whole like, here we are at our company, we do the things to the people, and we make a product, and through this process we have, again, the work is mysterious and important. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Like, that's all the same thing. He does. That's why she keeps calling him to complain about it. Complain about what? Oh, the trash. The trash. That's right. That's why she keeps calling him to complain about it. Excited, a new series. Never got past the first episode, but I will do it to watch your reactions. That's sweet. The show's awesome. I like you take the time to analyze everything. Yeah, again, somebody else picking up on the FBC aesthetics at Lumon. Oh yeah, Federal Bureau of Control. Well, to be fair, both of them are very like between the minimalist office like settings, where it's just the very bare minimum of what's needed. Like, you know, it's just very plain, very sterile. The fluorescence, empty corridors, void of any life except for the occasional officially sanctioned oil painting, and the office is just like a keyboard, computer, a single stapler, one pen, just like the between that and obviously the brutalist architecture, which I don't know why I'm so attracted to brutalist architecture, because I also love like Art Deco, and I even like, you know, dabble in Gothic, but something about brutalism always gets me. The Comstock reference. Oh yeah, had you few pair? Yeah, Bioshock Infinite too. Yeah, no, Father Comstock. If nobody's ever played the Bioshock games, in Bioshock Infinite, when you arrive in the floating dystopian city in the clouds, it's all basically everybody worships like the person who like founded and created the city, their prophet, and it's like Father Zachariah Comstock. And the pictures of Comstock are, you know, eerily similar, and that old white man with, you know, longer gray hair and great big bushy beard. No, it's well kept, but a big beard. Yeah, it's like Comstock 100%. I've played Control, but the fact you picked up on some similarities there too makes me think something on the writing team was maybe getting some inspiration from the games. Yeah, the best art oftentimes takes inspiration from, and even sometimes either is inspired by or mimics or replicates other art pieces, and so on and so forth. Hello, travelers. Hello, Tess. Welcome in. Another great series. Yeah, dude, less than 10 days. Which, by the way, if anybody doesn't already know, like I said, my personal plan is the night that the first, like, I think it's like weekly Friday at 7 Central anyway. My plan is weekly releases are much easier for me to work with, because then I can like watch and record. I can immediately upload my reaction to Patreon, if anything, the night of, and then hopefully the next day, maybe 2 days after, I can have a cut ready for YouTube. So I will be having like week by week Severance episodes and reactions and such. And then if you're on Patreon, you get, of course, full uncut, uncensored, with the full HD video accompaniment, early access. Like as soon as it's ready, it goes up on Patreon first, obviously. So, but I'll be doing week by week for that. And of course, Last of Us Part 2, season 2 rather, when that comes out in April. And then whenever Interview with the Vampire, I don't know if they've given us a date for that yet. I've got a sinking feeling I might not be this year, but one could hope. Worst thing about being an Audi would be driving all the way to work, then immediately having to drive back every day. Very true. References to Control, Lost, Bioshock Infinite, and appreciating the brutalist vibes. Yeah, hell yeah. Severance is one of the few shows you can go from Succession and still be blown away by the quality and unique vibe. Yeah, honestly, it was a clutch recommendation, because the way that I figured out what to watch next was in season 4 of Succession. I asked people to comment below with what shows they want me to watch. And so over the entire season, I literally counted up every recommendation and how many each one got. I got the top 3 answers, which were Severance, Mr. Robot, and Dark. And then I put like a straw poll out there. So for the entirety of season 5 of Succession, I had everybody vote. And Severance won, but the other 2 were close behind. So I wanted to make sure to knock those other 2 shows out and then dip back into the pool of all the suggestions, basically. I find it hilarious you dated the time periods of the 90s. Meanwhile, that man is using a full-on modern smartphone. Hey, man. Hey, man. No date for Interview with the Vampire yet. That gives me a bad feeling we're not going to get it this year. Well, we get no, but it's got to be this year. Maybe late this year, like fall Halloweeny vibes. If you're gonna give a teaser trailer, it's San Diego, San Francisco, at San Diego Comic-Con. What, last summer, right? Like a teaser. Clearly, it's in production. I don't know if it's wrapped production, but that tells me that maybe we're not getting it this summer, but fall, surely, right? Yeah, we're in for a wait. Oh, great. 2026. Don't, not like this. Not like this. I'm a new viewer of yours. I'm now looking forward to your videos since I'll be needing more Severance content after each episode. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Welcome to the party, pal. They're still writing for it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, they haven't even. Oh no, if they're still right. Oh yeah, 2026 at the earliest. Now I feel your pain. I feel the weight. Because as I was watching season 2, I didn't realize that it was like as I started watching it, it had like it either had just ended or it was getting ready to wrap up. So I did not realize how recent. It was a perfect storm because I was pleasantly surprised to see the series when I put the first pilot episode out there. It exploded in like like over a couple nights, and I'm like, wow, how serendipitous. But somebody informed me, oh well, right as I started uploading, the season 1, the Comic-Con teaser had come out and interest had kind of like spiked again. So I happened to catch a certain wave right there. I believe they produced that teaser specifically for San Diego Comic-Con. Of course. Adam Scott got screwed out of most of the awards for this show. For real, dude, you want to talk about like, oh my god, you want to talk about like a bum deal between, because I went over I haven't posted it yet. I made a video for my I posted the video for my Golden Globe nominee reactions, but there'll also be one coming out for the my reaction to the winners. For the most part makes sense, but there's a couple in there I'm a bit salty about. But completely no Interview with the Vampire nominations and nothing for Severance is crazy. By the way, my God, Adam Scott alone. Come on, another Dinkelberg reference. I'll appreciate that. Do I have a release schedule? That's hilarious. To anybody curious, to be honest, there have been times where I would love to make a release schedule, but if I'm being real with you, my life is too, I don't want to say chaotic, but there's too many permutations, and I wouldn't want to commit to a schedule that either I couldn't fully commit to or that I would like. I don't want anybody disappointed, basically. So I just try to make what I can. Ideally, I have one upload a day of various content. Usually video game stuff is like Mondays, Tuesdays, and I try to do reaction content and other miscellaneous stuff throughout the rest of the week. Of course, I've fallen severely behind, but slowly starting to catch up. But I wish I could make a release schedule. Like if this was full time, yeah, I would be like, oh, Friday's this show, Saturday's this show. That'd be great. But I have a full-time job to be able to pay for the roof over my head and my home. So if this keeps on growing, maybe that'll change someday. But who knows? Let's see. The soundtrack reminds me of the Sims game. A long while back, I accidentally watched the first episode of this show, which I luckily forgot mostly, mainly because I have no idea what's going on, of course. Seeing this video as a reminder, I can probably start watching it blind now. A couple thoughts. That reaction from the guy in the office to the new coworker is hilarious. Of course, they stare at her. They only have memories of their work life. There's a good chance they don't even recall seeing any woman ever. It took me probably the first like several episodes to really fully contextualize that aspect of the show, because I didn't realize, like, when the separation cued in, I didn't realize how like severe that was. I wasn't quite sure what all was retained or what isn't. I'm still not 100% sure, because somehow Irving was able to drive like across town to Bert's abode. So they don't have meaning to the boss, at least. The husband of the protagonist's sister was inspired. Oh, was inspired by Homecoming. Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he? A tech guy from Michael Keaton's villain character. Hang on a second. Spider-Man Homecoming tech guy. No, it's not. Oh, come on. What I'm sorry. What's the actor's, what's the actor's name? I almost put Rick in Hale. Michael Chernus. Spider-Man Homecoming. Michael Chernus. It has been so long since I watched Homecoming. Oh, well, that's why. He's all like, yeah, he's like low key right there. That's hilarious. Our boy Rickon, I didn't realize he was in the MCU. That's crazy. That's cool. That's great. All right. New Yorker did a profile of Adam Scott that talked about how Ben Stiller is a total perfectionist about the writing. Oh, we got a regular Stanley Kubrick over here, huh? Part of why it took so long to get season 2, apparently. That's good. That's the big thing. Like, I know I kind of whinged earlier about the playing the waiting game for a show like Interview with the Vampire, but when it comes to movies, TV, games, and all that, when I was younger, I used to be much more impatient about all those things. But I'm at a point now in life where I'm like, look, I will wait. I will wait as long as you need me to wait. I'll wait as long as I need to for perfection. End of the day, like if you're gonna bring me, like, that's why the whole Beyond the Spider-Verse like delays and controversy, because we have what we had Into, we had Across, and Beyond is like on indefinite delay, and I can't wait for the movie. I'm very excited for it. I'm looking forward to it, but there's the delays. So, but I'm not mad about it because I'll wait, because they've delivered twice in a row somehow. And in my opinion, the second one was like even grander in scope and even perhaps even better than the first one. Maybe not as many intimate moments, but regardless, I digress. I'll wait for perfection. So whenever I hear about a game delay or a show, or like in this case, like literally, if to hear that Ben Stiller and like season 2 took so long because they were concerned about the writing is is a good sign. Sometimes it can be bad. Like if something like the whole that Blade movie the MCU might never make, which is like, oh, new director, new writer, scrap this, scrap that, different cast, new cast, old cast, like this whole thing. Sometimes it can make one nervous, but usually I'll just like, if it's a delay to ensure quality, I'd rather wait years for a finished product than have you give me like a rushed one right out the gate. Ubisoft. Um, yeah, I'll happily wait longer. Plus, my list of things to watch is so astronomically long that, like, please delay all the new good stuff. Give me time to. I'll never catch up, but give me time so I can watch other stuff and knock a couple other things out. I'll wait, because as I get older, time flies by, man. I'll tell you what. A friend of mine worked on the set of Severance. Oh, shit. Season 1, and Ben Stiller is apparently an absolute nightmare to work with. Oh, no. I love this show, but I don't feel comfortable lauding him as a genius. Ah. It's always unfortunate to hear that kind of stuff, right? It's the same thing with Kubrick. Like I mentioned him earlier. Like you look at The Shining, right? And most people would agree that The Shining is a masterpiece in cinema, and especially in horror cinema. But then you watch the behind the scenes, you listen to the interviews with Shelley Duvall about his process, and 127 takes and pushing the actors to the brink of their emotions, and just like doing all this to like get the scene right and to get that emotion out of the actor. So by the time that you have that quote unquote perfect take, she's exhausted. She's probably legitimately like just like at her emotional wits end. She's terrified. She's physically tired. She's been technically like verbally abused on set, and just like not bad things, bad things. And then like in the scene, you're like, oh my God, that's a perfect scene. The emotion all came across. And it's like, yeah, but at what cost? That type of thing, right? Some directors, I do hear that same story. Like Edward Norton, I've heard many times Edward Norton by other actors on sets is like an absolute asshole to work with. Like he's not a friendly guy, but at the same time, he is quite a talented actor. It's like it's that dilemma of trying to separate the art from the artist. Of like, I love the Mad Max movies, but man, Mel Gibson is an anti-Semitic asshole, like just in general. But I think it's a good sign too. They really care about the show. Very similar vibe on the Severance set from what I heard. I see. Which damn. Wanting delays is so real. There's so many shows to catch up on and so many coming up too. Though on the other hand, I don't have to I don't want wait for stuff I love like Severance and Interview with the Vampire and Andor. Oh, dude, the wait for Andor. Oh my God, I had to just put it out of my mind. I'm like, look, it's gonna come out someday. All these things, I'm like, look, it's either gonna come or it's not. Like, I'm still, look, I call me a fool if you will, call me a doofus if you want, but I will forever wait and die on this hill. I'm waiting. I have not given up hope. Mindhunter season 3. I will not give up hope. Keep talking about it, please. I'm gonna cry. Keep talking about it. Keep on sharing all that you can wherever you can. Keep on making sure it's relevant. I don't care what articles come out where it's like, oh, why Netflix canceled Mindhunter on a definite hold. David Fincher not sure if we should continue. Like, there's still people are still talking about it. We're still talking. There might, in my mind, there's still a chance, and that's the dream right there. There's some shows I know that are lost forever, like Altered Carbon, the OA, but something tells me, because the conversation keeps coming up, that we could get more Mindhunter, and God, I really hope we do, because that is a phenomenal show. Yeah, Andor season 2 in April. Looking forward to that. I'm not sure I can think of any geniuses who aren't messed up and or assholes, frankly. That's the whole tortured artist conversation, right? Like, I mean, there's some, I don't, you never truly know an actor, right? Like, there's some, like, people have really good PR teams, the ones that, like, can Ryan Reynolds be canceled? I almost said John Wick. Keanu Reeves. You look at, like, Markiplier as, like, even a YouTuber. Now, there's other YouTubers that have been canceled in the past in controversies, but I don't know. I've seen some, like, really talented minds out there that have just been genuinely wholesome people. But then, yeah, you have some people that, like, they make genuinely good, like Ernest Hemingway. I don't know if you've heard his life, the life and times of that guy. He was, look him up. He was quite a character, a very prolific and famous name and author. But man, oh man, did he live a crazy and, like, morally questionable life. All those BTK hints. Oh my god, the fact that, oh yeah, all the build up for BTK and they couldn't take it anywhere. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Did I see Severance season 2 cost 200 million? I did not. That's crazy. But also, it's a good sign. Well, hopefully. Not to say that money is always the equivalent of quality, but I like it when a show that wasn't well known at first gets more traction and gets more, like, funding and support and creative freedom, and they can really go balls to the wall. I feel like they're purposefully and thankfully holding back on what they've revealed so far for season 2, and I'm ready to get, like, if season 1 blew my mind as much as it did and impressed me as much as it did, dude, season 2, when we get to those lower levels, oh my god, I can't wait, man. All those BTK hints. I hated the OA. Really? To be fair, I only watched season 1. I watched season 1 and it was years ago, and I really liked season 1. And I started season 2 and I guess it didn't grip me, and for some reason I never do this anymore, but for some reason I just didn't finish it. But I know that people were upset. Altered Carbon was one where season 1 was like perfection, and season 2, nothing against Anthony Mackie. I just think that the story just didn't feel quite as impactful. I still enjoyed it, but I think it was an unfortunate slight misstep that was enough to sink the ship. But also Netflix, like, cancels good shows on a whim sometimes, which is, it's just wild to me. So many canceled shows. That's what I'm saying, dude. It boggles my mind how we're gonna get, like, what, season 20 of Love Island or whatever. I mean, I shouldn't say it boggles my mind, because, like, I'm both surprised and not surprised by people. I'm not trying to put myself in a higher than thou soapbox. Like, I am one man. Like, I'm not perfect, but, like, I get it. I know what sells to the general public versus, like, what doesn't. So I get it. It's unfortunate, but at least we still get other shows. I disagree on the genius asshole theory. There's two different graph X's. You can be talented and an asshole, or talented and good to work with. See, that's kind of where my head's at. I think there's a little bit of everything. There's possibilities all across the board. Mindhunter is great, and it does resolve to a decent place. I think that the mark of good writing of a show like that is that it's written in a way where you can tell there was clearly a plan. Like, I think the way they framed it was four it was either a 4-season outline or 5. I think it was supposed to be a 4-season ordeal, but the way that it was written, like you said, is that it could still wrap up, downer ending, but it wrapped up I mean, it wrapped up enough, but there's so many loose, like, plot threads and unresolved like characters and character arcs. Like you can clearly tell that as well. There's a huge corner wraparound billboard in Times Square for Severance. Oh, dude, nice. All right, I'm sorry, I'm falling behind here. Right, the whole Mark S thing. I thought he was Allentown. Mark Scout from Allentown. Not sure about Control. I'm pretty sure the writers have mentioned Bioshock being an inspiration. Yeah, definitely, clearly, for sure. Love the show. Subscribe, earn just from your warning description of reaction style. That's the big thing. I don't get many complaints anymore about it, and I do get why people would be upsetty spaghetti. Like I do, but like my goal, my aim is to really dig into these shows and appreciate them. And for me, like I can still stay sucked into a world even if I'm like pausing, talking, discussing, reacting, and then continuing. And I get for some people that will take you out of the experience, but also my assumption is if you're watching a reaction video for something, if you're like me, I watch a great show and I'm like, oh boy, I love to see what other people think about it. So I've already seen the show. I know how the episode went. So whether it's just the highlights or in this case a bit more of a comprehensive video of the whole episode, but I just want to offer something that's like a little bit different from typical reaction content. But this is just what I would like to watch. It's what I like to do. So, and for the most part, people love it. Luckily, I'm blessed. I'm very lucky that people like it. So, also on the let's see, we can do things a little, except yeah, somebody said we do things a little differently. Typical reactor. Hey now. Find your channel, Severance reactions. Oh, I switched up the playlist. I remember that. Good call out. Finally, a reactor with a brain. I'll take it. Oh yeah, part of me, I'm excited. I can't. Oh, here's my favorite. All right. Low key, I do like getting into the negative comments because they kind of, for one, they humble me a little bit. But you got to have the spectrum, right? And once you start getting negative comments, that's how you know that you're doing the right thing. I think. So, then this was actually constructive criticism 100%, is that you got to chill with how much you spoil other shows. That's a good point. I have references and clips from other stuff, but I really do, if it's not super old stuff or not super recent, I try to put up some disclaimers. I don't want to spoil too much, but to talk about some things, sometimes you kind of got to reference other stuff. So it's like it's a tricky path to walk. What did you think about the music in Severance? I think they overuse the main theme too often. I found it distracting. I never felt that way when I was watching it personally. I do want to revisit. Like I want to do a quick rewatch if I have time of the entire series. But I think the whole like doon 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 doon. I think that most of the show was quiet, but whenever they had the piano and the theme, it like I thought it always kind of like added to the mystery of the scene. Like, it only ever happened, I think, in the Severed Floors when there was something mysterious afoot, right? With the exception of, and then like the last episode, like the music that was kind of driving that, especially like the toward the very end of that, like the finale. I could see the argument to be made though, where it's like not as diverse of a soundtrack. Like compared to like what I'm watching now with Dark soundtrack. Oh my god, like diverse, crazy, different from episode scene to scene. Like that's a different soundtrack altogether. I should clarify, I don't always think genius asshole necessarily, but anecdotally it seems to happen rather a lot. No, I agree. Yeah, like you always hear, sometimes it's hearsay, but sometimes you hear stories about, oh, while this person was nice to work with, this other person that people like what they do, it's like, oh, well, they were difficult to work with. Like you hear that about directors because, yeah, sometimes it's possible to both be a perfectionist who is easy to work with and amiable, but then there's people that like they have a vision and no one is going to compromise that vision, and it's like, I'm here to do a job, you're here to do a job, we're going to do the job. And it's like there's different directing styles, and that can play both well and also poorly in your movie or TV show, pending. Anyway, what's the yeah, and again, constructive criticism. I'm new here, but I highly recommend not pause because you could interrupt something that could take significant time to be built and lose the impact of what it's supposed to have, which I get that. And I've tried to, it's a thin line to toe, right? Between like pausing to commentate on something. If I don't pause, sometimes I'll lose the thought, and that's that's a bitch and a half. But other times, yeah, there's like a scene that's being built up from dramatic effect, and the worst thing you can do is like cut off the flow of a scene. I was given warning like before the trial and interview with the vampire, because I was told, oh, try to let some scenes breathe because they have a certain flow to them. So I tried to pause in between scenes. So if I can help it, that's normally what I try to do. But if I have like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast, so to speak, then oftentimes I can't help myself. Anyway, so here's my favorite part: the negative reactions. Here we go. Oh, this was the most recent one I got 2 weeks ago. OMG, I'm 12 minutes in and your reaction is pretty unbearable. You know, I don't know if you know this, but there is a middle ground between a mute reaction and a non-stop talking reaction. Like, seriously, it's not like you're even saying anything that matters. Just shots over here. Literally, you've talked nonstop for over 10 minutes and none of it was actually worth listening because it was just constant chatter about what was on screen. You mean like a reaction? Like a reaction as chatter about what was on screen, almost as if I was talking about what I was watching on screen, like reacting to it. What even is this? I hate to weigh you down, that girl wearing glasses, but that's like I said, like, and I don't know what else to say. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, it's not like not your typical reaction video, but if you want uninterrupted, then you can log on to appletvplus.com and watch the damn thing. Damn, that person had a bad day. I vote pause, pause, pause. You can always go back 10 seconds, and I'll do that. Like, especially in dark, you have to. Like, I'll if I pause and interrupt somebody, I'll try to go back, or if I miss something, I'll try to go back and catch it. But I do always these always still tickle me. My favorite was still I did like a read through of something years ago for college, and somebody was like, "Oh my god, spit it out, you dumb MF!" Or I can't believe I let this 12-year-old try to read this to me, or something like, call me an 8-year-old or something like that. But like I said, the negative you have to have in order to have the good, like good can't exist without bad. Light cannot exist without dark. You have to have that balance, right? It can't all be positive. This is the internet, and worse yet, it's the YouTube comment section. So, like, what are you gonna expect? Brutal. Yeah, it's brutal. But I lived through elementary school and middle school, being the type of person that I am and have been growing up. So I've been called and I've heard much worse. So it's fine. But at this point, like at first, like I see it, somebody super negative say something, and I'll get that pain of anxiety at first, where I'm like, oh, am I doing something wrong? But then I laugh about it later because I'm like, no, look at all the people, like everybody else. I mean, you guys are here because either you're hate watching or you're having a good time. We're all having a good time. Half loop. I'm enjoying the dark reaction. I haven't even noticed pausing really. That's the thing. It's like if you're going into a reaction video, I don't know what to expect. So glad you picked up on that. A lot of reactors don't. My theory is that all of the questions in the survey are to test different areas of memory. What did I say? Nice face, dude. Yeah, I see so. A lot of reactors don't pick up on that. My theory is that all of the questions in the survey are to test different areas of memory. You've got your name, arguably one of the first things you ever commit to memory since you learned to respond to it as a baby. Your home state, which you would have memorized in childhood. Any state to make sure certain impersonal information about the world is retained. Mr. Egan's favorite breakfast, a very recent memory, and the color of your mother's eyes, an emotional visual memory, something you probably never consciously learned, but most people can still picture. Yeah, exactly. It's all part of the tests, right? Like that's what I was picking up on. Was it was kind of like Milchek. That was the whole like before, during, and after for the whole procedure to see what is retained. That's the whole thing. Like have them do a whole questionnaire and series of yeah. Show's so good on rewatch. Yeah, I'm really overdue for a rewatch. No desktop audio on OBS. Oh, I thought I had desktop audio going. Oh my god, this whole time. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Okay. Because I was supposed to have the... Oh, I was supposed to have the... Is it playing now? Okay, there we go. This whole time I was supposed to have a lo-fi go, and it wasn't. Oh my god, I feel like a fool. A damn fool. Nobody's making you watch. If you don't like it, find something else. Your outfit is very good at... Your Audi is very... Yeah, Austin. Your Audi is very good at pausing. Take all these facts in equally and enjoy them equally. I think some people watch reactions to get the dollar store version of the show for free. That too. They get pissed when you actually react. Well, I mean, because but then I also see most reaction. To be fair, the reaction channels that I see do like really well are the ones that are like they're like shorter form and have the big highlights of the moment. Like it's something like Invincible, right? Like all the big. If I go to watch an Invincible reaction, I'll be the first to admit I'm not going to see the normies react to the narrative cohesion. I want to see them react to like, you know, Rex Explodes Last Stand, or you know, like Think Mark Think, or something like that. Later. No, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Honestly, that's on us for not letting you know. Oh no, it's all well and good. All I was saying was, so there's this whole thing right here. They tell him. So that's the test. I see. That's the test to do with every candidate who's about to undergo the procedure. Mention offhandedly that his favorite breakfast used to be 3 raw eggs and milk. That way, they're able to accurately see if once the severance procedure has been completed, if any memories pop through. And what better way than to implant a very weird, quirky one that's probably even not true, but is like a company factoid that's hard. That was the whole thing we were talking about here. I was gonna say you might want to put on headphones. There's spoilers for a show that you'll eventually watch. All right, cool. Yeah, Perks having a shared office now. Oh, do you want to say hi real quick?
Sure.
There's a little over 20 people. Well, yeah, because they can see you. No, my gal pal. Want to say hi to people?
God. Hello.
There she is. All right. There, perfect, cool. Yeah, we have a shared office now, so this is a show that I'm gonna show her eventually, along with Interview with the Vampire. But I don't want her to be spoiled by it, so I'm like, put your headphones on, please. Oh, the green screen looks like ass too. I'm so sorry. This is all very professional setup. All right. Everybody says hello. Hello, gal pal. Hello, hello, hello. Got it. Gal pal, yeah, gal pal. I said partner, and then I said partner to like another adult at one point, and they're like, "Oh, so your boyfriend?" I'm like, "Oh, so when I say partner to picture, well, because I thought partner sounded better than my girlfriend, but like I guess partner has the connotation of like my partner, so yeah, my gal pal. No Someone said no spoilers for gal pal. Exactly. Gotta go, but thanks for your reactions. You've introduced me to great stuff, and your commentary always adds to the experience. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I try. Okay, so moving on. Okay. Making sure your headphones are on. Glad I found your channel. Waiting for season 2 has been excruciating. These reactions are just the thing I need. Wonderful commentary. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Gotta hit him with that thank you for watching. Appreciate it. I think the surgery and a few other things kind of gives away that we're not in the 90s. Yeah, I kept thinking we were in the 90s for the longest time. But I think what you're noticing is that the tech down below definitely seems to be from a different era, which again, if you've ever played the game Control, that's literally like the whole, like that's one of the biggest things about the Federal Bureau of Control is that they have to use like either analog or older technology so it's not influenced by the otherworldly like things, the going-ons that happen around the facility. When you say partner, I think cowboy, not gonna lie. A cowpoke? My cowpoke back home. As a queer person, please keep saying partner to normalize that I'm on the streets. Well, she is she/they is bisexual, so just so happens to be dating a cis white male. Although there's, you know, questionable stuff going on up here, I'm sure. Like, we'll find out one day. Let's see. What else? When Alexa talks about half this town being employed by Lumon, she's referring to the fact that it's a company town. Yeah, I figured that really quick with the Kier Chronicle. I like how by the end of the season, I didn't really fully realize the scope and I thought it was just like a local, like it's like Umbrella Corp. It's like Lumon is like Apple in this dystopian world. Like Lumon has national, if not international, reach. And I love the way that you slowly learn and find that out, because you learn more almost from the innies perspective than you barely get the outies perspectives. And then as they learn more, you're learning more, and then you're like, oh my god, no, this is like a global corporation, this is a big deal. Like Severance is being talked about around the world. We know how you feel about Lestat, sir. My emotion, oh my, don't get me started on my feelings about that. Oh my god, like I came around on him for the most part, but also at the same time, like I hold him and Louis, all of the Lestat defenders in the chat that are like, well, Louis no saint either, how could you defend Claudia and all this? Like, look, they're all flawed people. We all agree that every character in that show has a flaw of some type, but like, yes, with more context that I eventually got, I came around. I like his character, I do, and why he is the way that he is and behaves without having any context to the books, like, it makes sense. It makes more sense. Doesn't justify his actions, and I'm glad that he at least has some regret. And I really, especially after the finale, I do like buy more into the whole, like, there's true, I mean, I always knew there was true like love and passion there, but to really see the care and concern, and for him to, it feels like that night where they went tit for tat with blows, it makes more sense. And I feel like it was still a messy night, emotions flying all over the place, but it definitely feels like he lost control and made a big no-no. But while I hold him accountable, I don't feel as severely and as strongly as I used to about it. But we're getting off topic here. I meant the fanning your face. God, he's hot reaction. Dude, his waistline, I'm so jealous. Like, I eat too much food. Like, I work out. I try to work on my figure, but my God, like the way he looks in a suit, oh, like I wish I could. I could never. I don't think so. Except for Armand, who was a sweet, innocent baby. Oh my God, here we go. Were you the one with the tattoo in the frame that was like, Armand was telling the truth or whatever that was? Get out of town. This manipulator. Unworthy in Dubai, unworthy in San Francisco. It'll make even more sense in a few years when we finally get season 3. You hush. I feel like Lumon is more like Procter and Gamble. Yeah, I feel that. Honestly, his waist is insane. Dude, tell me about it. The pinstripe suit. All right, we're getting off topic. Come on, we can't be thirsting all night. Come on, let's get it together. But I agree. Every time I see him, I'm like having to check the color contrast, because I'm like, there's no way that his waist is that thin. But yeah, every suit he wears looks good on him, of course. Every outfit he has. I said check out your older stuff after Interview with the Vampire. I love Severance and Succession. And the memory conversation in 916 immediately reminded me of Memory is a Monster. You forget it doesn't. And the Odyssey of Recollection. Yeah, funny enough, common themes in both this and Interview with the Vampire. Speak of the devil. You understood the show from the get-go. Glad to hear it. I went straight from Succession to Severance, and it was incredible. Yeah, I'm right there with you. What a transition to go from a amazing show to another amazing show. And I had my doubts, I'm not gonna lie. I had my doubts about all these shows. That's the thing. Like, I go with an open mind, but also like I wasn't like chomping at the bit to watch any of these. They were just on my list. But what a pleasant surprise. They're all like just excellent shows. Pinstripe suit. Sounds familiar, haha. Wonder who says that. No. Yes, I worked for Procter & Gamble for a little while in the 90s, and I totally thought of it. Oh, no. Best part, do you think critically about the show? I try. That's all I can do is I try. That's the big thing, is like, it's almost like when you're trying to show a friend a movie or a show and you want them to think about it in the same way, and then you have those conversations afterwards that are great. But with shows, like there's with a well-made show, like any piece of art, there's just so much to extract and take away from it that, I mean, you can't help but to have those conversations. And for me, watching people talk about these shows, having those conversations, or watching, reactors, for example, it is immensely validating, maybe even like vindicating to an extent, but it's validating because then you're like, oh my god, people see what I see, people are appreciating these aspects of the show the same way that I am, and then it's all what the artist's intention was to begin with, so we can all share in that communal experience. And then you feel like, for me in my case, I would watch reaction content because I'm like, yeah, I would feel less alone by it, talking about these shows, and really like, this is me, like when I watch something, this is how I would normally watch it and take it in and really like analyze and enjoy and savor, and then I get to like take that, put it out there onto the world wide web, as it were, and hopefully people feel the same way. Tier list of every character based on how good they look in a suit. Oh my god. Shiv and Lestat fighting and pulling hair in an S tier. I'm not even joking with you. Literally out of right field today, I thought about Siobhan Roy in her I think, was it the Chanticleer suit that she wore? Like, oh my, the thought literally crossed my mind, and I was like, oh, I was looking so disrespectfully. I'm sorry, Miss Roy. I'm sorry, but my god, are you right? Like, dude, she right. Sarah Snook is like. Like, I mean, of course, there's more to it than just the physical form, but I mean, one can appreciate the beauty of it all. Procter and Gamble started in the mid-19th century, selling candles, lumens, and soap. Oh boy, I love watching reaction content because it's like watching something with my mates. Exactly, yeah. If you find the right the vibe, right? Procter and Gamble got a lot of flack for their logo during the Satanic Panic. A bearded man in the moon with stars. I think they actually changed it. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I get marked so well. In the worst of my depression, I often wished I was run over. I had to go to the hospital and not think about anything. I was in college, and maths that I always loved were painful because every time I had to think, I could only recall the person I lost and the pain and grief. If I had to work, I bet I would be miserable. This way, he can at least support himself. Yes, forgetting doesn't mean healing, but neither does distracting ourselves. Contrary to popular belief, time does not heal, but if we can survive, we may get to a point where healing can begin. I don't even think that at this moment Mark considers the other conscious that has formed, with a new life and new memories, new dynamics and friends. Excuse me. It's also abstract, and he's hurting so deeply, perhaps he even envies that conceptual version that doesn't carry his pain. I actually am recalling now a short story I wrote where the depressed character voluntarily goes to hell to disappear from the world without having to die, and that forgets everything upon arriving there. A poor lit sequence of corridors with no end in sight, like an abandoned mall. Now that I think back to it, the resemblance is sticking. Perhaps there's something in a depression fueled by loss that's quite universal. Indeed, and I had this back and forth conversation with a bunch of people in this because that was Mark's whole, that's a major part of the reason why he chose to go into the program, which given what we know now, raises even more questions. Because first of all, yeah, if you look at it from a baseline, would you accept this if you were going through a rough patch in life? Like, if your wife is, has passed, or if you had a loss, or if life is just difficult and hard, if you could have moments of the day where you just don't have to think about that. And I get that argument, but as somebody who suffered from depression and still does sometimes, but for the better part of a decade, just on again, off again, just between depression and the ideations and all that, it's never fully processing it is a big part of why I was never able to move through it and past it. So my argument is that maybe not right away, sure, but you need to process that stuff and work through it in order to get through it. I agree. I'm of the belief that depression doesn't just go away. There is no magic cure all. You learn how to function, maybe even live with it, how to have it on the back burner. Bill Hader, the actor from Barry, had an interview where he said anxiety when he was growing up was like a little like a monkey on a shoulder, like a little guy, where it's he got to a point where you're able to see it, acknowledge it, and then just be like, okay, that's there, it's fine, move forward with it. And or like the movie Babadook. I always use that movie as an example, but it's I think it's an excellent horror film that on the surface, yeah, it could be a monster film, sure, but I think it's a deeper message about grief and depression. And by the end of it, spoilers, I suppose, but the monster isn't fully, it's conquered in the sense where she's keeping it in her basement and feeding it. It's like living down there, but she's still able to live her life with her child and move forward, which is the message is saying, like, she wasn't able to fully get past her, like, she wasn't able to get rid of her depression. It's still there, but she knows how to, she accepted it, and she manages it and takes care of it, and then is able to still live her life and enjoy it. And that's kind of how that's kind of how I see it. But I get it can be a sensitive subject and topic, and everybody kind of has their own take on it. So I don't fault anybody, especially when you're in the worst of it and you've probably suffered substantially more than someone like me has. Then I get how, like, you know, I have never been married, and I've never had a wife that then died, and I lost them in a tragic, you know, set of circumstances. So I can't fully empathize with Mark's situation, but I can understand why he would do it. I don't think it's necessarily the right thing to do, and I think his sister and even the gal he kind of starts dating or trying to date, kind of were, they were pretty much saying the same thing, like, oh, you know, Severance, that's all well and good, we'll support your decision, but are you doing it for the right reason, or are you just trying to engage in the severance procedure as an extreme dystopian escape from the reality that you're forced to face? But now that we know what we know about, you know, Miss Casey over here, I do wonder now if, you know, if some events might have been set in motion to prompt him towards the severance procedure. I'm really concerned there's something deeper and darker going on there, and especially if they're like there's some cover-ups going on. Thankfully, I found Severance at just the right time and used it to sever myself from the grief of another show's cancellation 1 year ago today. It actually worked. Not to make light of grief. No, please do. That's how I've always handled my grief as well. I'm very much a chucklehead. Like I'm like what was the meme that I saw like years ago that I've always stuck with me, where it's if I don't turn it into a joke, it'll destroy me. Like I 100% empathize. Like my coping mechanism is humor, comedy, extreme sarcasm, making light of terrible events. Like, doesn't mean that I don't have any empathy or emotion for like dark situations, but like, you know, whether it's like, please make jokes at my funeral. I make jokes at when my, you know, my best friend, you know, closest thing I ever had to a brother died. Like, we were cracking wise at his get together, his funeral. Like, we still make jokes about him to this day. But I think that that is part of it's not part of everybody's process for grief, but yeah, I think that comedy is a solution oftentimes. It can be for some people, and it has been for me, like 100%. But yeah, I want to respond to it, but I don't know. I wanted to do something like more heartfelt than just a simple like, thanks for commenting. I'll get back to them later. I do want to respond to that. Granted, 5 months too late. Crazy detail about the brain implant. If you look during the scene after the chip is implanted, oh, I did see this. The sides of the chip spike out, so trying to pull it out would just rip out your brain. Yeah, it's true. Because they say it's an irreversible procedure. Because then, like, if they spike out, I don't think they spike out to retract. I'm pretty sure it was like those little with the hook fish in the Amazon. You know what I'm talking about? Just like kind of at an angle, right? So that's, I mean, they do say it is irreversible, but at the same time, if people quit, they can like deactivate the chip. But I guess once the chip's in there, it's in there. But like, my God, that's a hell of a thing. Your Audi is wise and uses laughter to feel better. Yeah. Please don't show any emotion to that one. I just lost 10 points in my my wellness check. YouTube recommendations are working overtime right now. Appreciate that. So glad I'm watching the show with you. One of the most intriguing shows I've seen in a long time. And I love that you're picking up on some things that I missed. I also think it's all about human trials, making sure the severance implants work properly, testing them to make sure memories don't leak through, that sort of thing. Love your theory about MDR being about refining their own emotions. It's like biofeedback without the feedback. I feel something. Blame it on the numbers on the screen, then compartmentalize it into a virtual box. Turn it off. I just thought of it as busy work to see how far they could push them to do menial tasks, but your theory makes much more sense. They're unwittingly training themselves to be subservient. I think it's also like a good theory in and of itself, yeah. Because also there's stuff like the break room, right? Where it's like, take them into the break room. If someone is stepping out of line, right? Then it's like they're just not revolting against the system. Then it's just kind of like we just put them into this punishment box and then just mentally I don't want to say reform, but like mentally like mold them back into a more subservient state of mind, just wear them down until the fight's gone and they'll just continue to work. Which makes me think, I don't know, man, like maybe the work does have something to do with something on the outside. I still think it's human trials, but it would also make sense like just to have subservient little ants, like. And then you go to optics and design, like what was the there were cards they were being printed that like had detailed like hand-to-hand combat instructions, right? And then there were like things that they were like creating, not just office art, but like items. And I'm pretty sure at one point weapons, maybe weren't they making weapons? The chip is never deactivated, can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. That's right. Yeah. Just realized it's 2 a.m. Oh, you gotta go to sleep? Oh, man. Well, thank you for coming by. Yeah, definitely check out the stream. I'll be uploading the full VOD once we finish the stream. So if you can't stick around, then the whole video will be both on the live portion of my channel, but then I'll probably edit it into like an actual like posted VOD afterwards. But thanks. Did I read the companion ebook? Yes, I did. The that's what called into question my theory about the like MDR, for example, being a form of self-regulation. Is I read I have a video where actually on my channel where I read Lexington Letter, and when at like the point where I know the point you're talking about, which is that I keep forgetting her name, but that poor gal that worked down there, the biggest coincidence, if you even want to call it that, where she finished her file and then within minutes the explosion went off in that truck downtown. I mean, you might say there's a correlation there, and maybe the work they're doing down there does have deeper significance. I don't know, but the ebook does lend credence to that theory. So Peggy, thank you, Peggy, exactly. Oh yeah, and then I got the ending of Lost wrong. To be fair, I do want to revisit Lost. It's been years. I haven't watched Lost since I was a child, so maybe that'll be a Patreon thing. Once things slow down in the TV landscape, if they ever do, I would like to revisit that show and see if it still holds up, because apparently the ending I have in my head for that show is actually not the canon ending. I just recall everybody being disappointed by it. I think it's hilarious that the hand-to-hand combat card shows the guy being attacked is just standing there with a hand in his pocket. It could be a total misleading by Stiller to send us on a wild goose chase. It could, but like but these are just such random, oddly specific things. I mean, that's like the goats, right? So are the goats a red herring? Like it was one room, and now from what we saw in the trailer, there's literally a whole office space, a whole department, because we saw like, you know, some dirty office farmers out there. There's a whole department dedicated to goats, and there's greenery, and there's like this weird shaman like goat herder of sorts. So if those are all red herrings, that type of stuff, then that's you know, all right, cool. Yeah, at that point that's super meta, because you're not just messing with the innies, you're messing with the audience too. That's a relief that you're uploading the stream afterwards, because it's 3 a.m. here and I'm starting to slip into sleep. Oh, I feel you. Yeah, it's only 8:20 where I am right now, but I get that it's like I live in a different time zone than a lot of my viewers. The goat also in the painting. Exactly. Someone had a theory that all of the file names are related to bodies of water. Wonder if it could be intentional. Possibly. Honestly, these are all like decent possibilities, like real talk. Really enjoying your reaction. The show hits the ground running. Not how Lost ended, yeah. A lot of brain surgeries are done while awake. Yeah, but I mean, typically, I guess, yeah, that's a good point. I was just surprised she was kept conscious, but I suppose they have like numbing agents or so on and so forth. That's right. Petey's implant wasn't taken out, it was just bypassed. Love the theories. You're quick with it. I'm agog at your perception. That's right, agog. Irving may be my favorite. I facilitate between him and Dylan. Like, Dylan won me, like, Irving and Dylan, like, they were, like, yeah, they definitely are. I can see why they're fan favorites. They both have their own qualities. But the finale, dude, Dylan is a real one, though. He gained massive respect points for me on, like, he went from being like the, I mean, again, it's like my discussion about comedians earlier, right? Like, he was always the comedic relief, he was always the chucklehead that was cracking wise and seemingly not taking things seriously. But when it came down to brass tacks and it came down for him to step up, he stepped up and he said, I'm gonna stay behind, do what I gotta do, you guys get this done, this is for the greater good. And then, dude, like the Herculean task of holding the switches for what, like an hour or more, basically, and then just, yeah, he's a real one, man. Like, Dylan is I give credit where credit's due. Someone had a theory, Jason, I've also wondered if the writers are misdirecting us now and then. I wouldn't be surprised. The numbers are eels. Dylan is the man. Yeah, for real. Yeah, he was you know, usually the funny, silly, sarcastic ones often, like, they give their moment in the sun if they're well written, in my opinion. Oh, and I hear good things about The Leftovers too. I've had several friends recommend that show to me. That one, I looked at it whenever it came out, and I just saw the poster and was like, don't worry about it. But then everybody's like, no, unironically, it's a phenomenal show. Lexington Letter, I read that. Lost, ending of Lost. Lumon uses old tech because it can't be tapped for surveillance, and the evidence can be destroyed. Also another good point. They also specifically don't have numbers anywhere but on their computers in the vending machine. Ben Stiller said this detail was extremely important. No numbers on any of the computers or vending machines. I assume it's the same reason there's no specific clothing, like no bright colors and no specific clothing brands. It's all like nondescript, just in-house, like stationery and suits. They want to have they don't want the innies to know anything about the outside world. What I'm curious about is, like, how much of the outside world are they going to recall? Because in the penultimate episode before the season finale, we saw, like, that list of commands on that board, right? And it's like the whole, like, the beehive, the thing, like, all these connotations of, like, clean slate or different forms of control. So I don't know why they wouldn't just, like, recall them back downstairs and wipe their minds, unless they can't for the optics. Like, maybe they're forced to keep them normal, but you would think they would try to do more damage control. Zach Cherry just seems like a real guy. Honestly, every role he's ever been in, he's both so good, but I'm also like, I'm just watching a guy right now. Like, he's acting and he's doing a good job, but I'm like, yeah, I'm just, like you said, he's just a real guy. Just every show he's in, whether it was like it's funny, all these shows I've been watching, like Succession or Severance or off stream, off my channel, like Fallout, for another example, like, he almost plays slight variations of the same character each time. Yeah, I get the premise. Again, on paper and from a corporate standpoint, yeah, Severance would be great, because there would be nothing your innie would have to do except to work. But the problem with that is that, you know, there's the human side of the whole thing. It's a very flawed concept. Yeah, I remember the pre-watch allegations. I'm going to trust you didn't research the episode ahead of time. If so, you're catching things way above the level of the average reactor. I appreciate that, but I didn't even realize. I was just, like, making theories and trying to catch stuff. Oh yeah, a lot of people got very angry about me getting the end of Lost. Yeah, you seem excessively upset about that. People were really upset with me for not accurately recalling the ending of Lost, which I get that. If I had a show that I really, really loved and somebody was like, in it like this, I'd be like, if I knew the truth, I'd be like, no, it didn't. That's a polite way to have that conversation, though. The Leftovers is excellent. Have to hop, but I'm looking forward to watching season 2 with you. See you in the comments section. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Again, yeah, if anybody has to, like, get to Betty by a time, I 100% understand. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you saying hi and coming by for the party. But yeah, this whole stream will be, the VOD will be live, like, eventually. Through the first, long and the short, I'm just literally just going through comments, just talking about the show, talking about some theories, predictions for season 2. I think once I go through all the episodes in the comments, I mean, I might answer some final questions, but it might just be like a short little stream, not like a full, I don't have a full series to have a retrospective on. Plus, I low key, like, once I finish this, if I'm not too like tired, because I'm gonna be snowed in tomorrow with no work, I might stay up a little bit later and finish Wukong and stream that tonight, because I'm probably gonna stream some more tomorrow, I think. You are way above the level of the average reactor. No, I appreciate that. See, that's super sweet. Don't you why this ego, this head don't need to get any bigger. I think I'm just growing up as a child, like literally since I was a child, and just growing up like not to have a pity party here or anything like that, but a lot of my life was spent like when not with friends, sometimes it was like alone, just watching movies and TV on repeat, my old VHS tapes, then to DVDs, wearing the hell out of all of them. But I just grew up with like watching a lot of shows and movies, so I think as I grew older, I grew an appreciation and an affinity towards them. And then I started taking theater classes in high school, but once I realized what the social hierarchy was like there, I gravitated more towards like mass media and behind the camera and like backstage and all that. And then I think that really helped solidify my appreciation for all that went into making the shows and productions or theater, plays, movies, video games that I grew up with and loved making. I like grew an appreciation for it. And then when you watch so many, like you kind of start to see like the Matrix, like Neo or whatever, you start to see the patterns, the similarities, the trends, what writers do or don't do, good writing versus bad writing. So I don't know. I guess my preferences and tastes have developed to a point where like I'll like to think that I have an appreciation for good media, good stories, and good art. And then once you've seen so much, I mean, it's just like you can kind of, I seem to have a knack for like figuring out narratives or like direction, I guess. So that's cool. But yeah, I don't know. I can tell when there's artistic intent being put forth into a project, and I greatly appreciate it. And part of that appreciation is to recognize it and then appreciate it and talk about it and analyze and enjoy it. So the first scene with Dylan, Irving, and Mark made me realize I was gonna love the show. Oh yeah. Hey kids, what's for dinner? Analyzing media is definitely a skill. It takes practice. I appreciate that. I think so. Well, it's funny because I always think like a lot of the stuff like seems obvious to me, but then I'll watch like a movie with somebody who never goes out to the movies, and I'm like, oh, that seems like I'll come out of the movie and I'm like, oh, it's predictable but fun, and they're like, oh, what a crazy ride, this happened, that happened, and then this thing, I'm like, you didn't see that coming, like the heavy foreshadowing earlier in the movie, and then the callback to that line or that moment. They introduced a character that's built up as this archetype that they're eventually gonna like, or well, stuff like that, right? Where it's like I can see, not to say I'm delighted when a movie can still amaze, astound, and surprise and shock me. This show shocked me at many points for sure. Mind blown. I did not see like Helena Egan coming at all. I did not. I maybe if you gave me enough time and enough guesses in a little room in the break room, repeating the same episodes over and over again, maybe I could have seen it coming. But that came out of right field. I did not see that coming. Other things in the show, sure I did. You can see certain narrative pitfalls here and there, but again, it's the mark of good stuff. But I do realize when watching content with other people sometimes that it's kind of like me knowing about all the movies. My social media algorithm is like fine-tuned to show me whenever, like to give me production updates on films that are in the writing or filming phase, or hour one that a new trailer drops, it sends it my way. And so I've seen all these trailers countless times, and I'm so familiar with these movies. Then I talk to like I shouldn't say a normie at work, but like a normal human being who doesn't watch the same amount of movies that I do at work. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to go see this movie. And they're like, what's that? Like Nosferatu, right? Someone was like, oh, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to go see Nosferatu. And they're like, they made another one. I'm like, how have you not heard about that movie? Because it was nothing but Nosferatu on my feed during like opening week, like just constantly streaming all these big movies. Even something like Dune, people are like, what's that? I'm like, how do you not, how are you under a rock? Like, it's wild how much being on Apple TV holds this show back. It'd be phenomenal for on another network. Yeah, that's the crazy part. Like, people think Apple, and the first thing they normally think of isn't Apple TV. I hear the same thing about Ted Lasso. Everybody that watches that show swears that it's also an amazing show and it's a really great watch. But like, you know, people talk about Netflix, and now because of stuff like, you know, The Bear, people talk about not just The Bear, mind you, but because of shows like that, people talk about Hulu, or because of Game of Thrones, you have HBO and their streaming service. Like, you get the big three, and then yeah, you have all these other streaming services that have, you know, arguably other good content as well. Like Shudder is one that I try to talk about every now and then, but people have no idea what Shudder is. I'm like, Shudder, it's like Netflix but for horror films. It's like an exclusively, like, it is just like they have Shudder originals, they have movies, TV, classics. It's all horror oriented streaming. But I guarantee you that like maybe one out of every, maybe if I were to ask 20, 30 people, like in general, maybe one out of every 30 out of a group of people might have heard about Shudder. But you also kind of like horror, right? Not criticize them, but doesn't that kind of take the fun out of movies, TV shows for you? That's a good point. I try and turn my brain off when I watch stuff. That's an excellent point. Yes, it's kind of like, if we want to get deeper about it, it's the whole thing where it's like I do movie reviews, right? I part of what I do as what I would like to do for work is I talk about and criticize film. And like, yeah, there's a point to be had there where like sometimes like to your point, I think I've softened a bit over the years. That's why making my top 10 movies for this year was so difficult. I think I used to be more severe, like I was a bit more petulant in my opinions, but over the years, as I've grown a larger appreciation for what it takes to make something, like make a movie, to make a TV show, I think I've softened a bit. That being said, like, I appreciate quality when there is quality, but I think that I think it's still important to have that distinction between the two. And yeah, I think it's like there's still good shows where like I still enjoy a good rom-com, even if you were like, oh well, by the end of it they're probably going to end up together. Even if they don't, cool, pleasant subversion. But like, even if I can see something coming a mile away, like it's still like, you know, even if I know a character's going to die, or like I have a feeling, right, or I'm like, oh well, clearly that's not going to happen, because like you watch a certain type of show and you're like, oh well, so and so has plot armor or something like that, so you know that it's one of those shows where it's like, you know, supernatural, right? By season 5, which is where I think the show should have ended, by season 5 I'm like, oh, Sam and Dean just aren't going to die. They're going to die, and then one goes to hell and then one doesn't. But like, even knowing that you have two characters that like are untouchable, basically, it was still an engaging show that had like really great moments and funny moments and interesting narratives and tackled different, you know, themes and subjects. But then also you have good shows that do subvert expectations, like Severance, or like, you know, shows like Game of Thrones or Invincible are famous because when they came out, they have such heavy subversion because, you know, the whole ideology of nobody is safe. For me, I can get really, even if I can predict stuff in a show, I get into a show or movie when there's like major stakes involved. Like the higher the stakes, the more I'm invested, because then nobody's safe, anything can happen. It feels like, you know, I feel like the well-written stuff, the well-directed stuff, like you can't as easily figure it out, if that makes any sense. Like, but even then, like, you know, even then, if you kind of know how a story's gonna go, like, isn't there like an old saying where there's only like 6 or 9, like, it's like a Greek thing, I think. I could be completely wrong about this, but there's like a saying where all the stories that can be told have been told. It's only a matter of how you tell them. So I think as long as people continue to innovate and be creative, then there's still unique experiences out there for audiences and people like yourself, like ourselves, like you or like me, that we can still enjoy. But then there's also still a place, I think, for movies that, like, you know how it's gonna go. It's a popcorn flick, but, you know, it's still a fun time. Like, you know, a typical revenge thriller, for example, bloody, you know, violent thriller, whatever, or like I said, rom-com, or just a cheat. Like, there's room for all those different types of movies, I think. Sometimes you want something simple and easy like popcorn. Sometimes you want something complex and challenging. Exactly. And I think that before you go into a movie, trailers, or even like knowing a little bit about the movie before you go into it. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's like if I want a show that's a comfort show, right? I'll turn on Queer Eye, or I'll rewatch like a show that I like to watch, or I'll watch YouTube video essayists, or I'll watch like just turn on a comfort show or like Arcane or something, or like recency bias is all recent stuff coming into mind. But I would rewatch shows like when I was a kid, Family Guy, Robot Chicken, like you know how it's gonna go, but it's still enjoyable because they're written a certain way or they're funny. But then whenever I want to watch a show, like for this channel, for example, like there's some shows that people have been like, oh, you should watch this, or I thought about watching for the channel, but I know it wouldn't go over well because it's literally just a show where you watch, you react to the moment, and you move on, nothing deeper. So I choose shows like Severance, or like Dark, or Succession, or I try to choose shows that like are gonna be a bit deeper, where there's more to talk about, more to dig into, more to appreciate, like more heavily layered stuff. Where like you said, like there's sometimes you want popcorn and sometimes you want something that's super complex. Personally, I think there's a balance. My first watch of anything, I just abandon myself to the pure experience. I don't try to guess reviews, etc. But after that, I rewatch and analyze like mad. It's the best of both worlds. I see that. I don't even know how people binge shows like Severance. I need a week just to think about it. I've been watching for twists and reveals. Oh, I see. Hell's ID might have occurred to me. Thankfully, I kept my mind out of that mode on the first watch. To that point, I should clarify something real quick, though. I am that way when I go to the theater, for example. So I have it when I sit down and watch a show on YouTube, right? Or I'm like doing my reaction content, then yeah, I have full control of my environment. I'm pausing, I'm analyzing, I'm talking, I'm taking notes. Here's the most ironic part about all of this is that I am you ask my friends, I am very severe about having a proper theater experience. Like I cannot successfully meditate in my mind goes too fast. It's very difficult for me to meditate. But what I do is the theater is my meditation, my solace, my solace. Either going to a theater to watch a movie, or maybe sitting down to play a video game. But like movie theater especially, phones off, the lights dim, and like you said, you let yourself let the tale seduce you, as Anne Rice would say, and you get sucked into that world. And when I do that, my mind it doesn't have as much time to be as analytical and thorough as I am for these videos. So there might be some more obvious twists and turns in the story that if I was analyzing it like I do this long form content, I would catch it. But to your credit, yes, I do. There are like times where like I do love going into a movie and letting it take me for a ride. Like you said, kind of turning the brain off a little bit and going on that adventure, that experience. So I do give you credit there. Like, yeah, that's how I meditate, because I can tune out the world and nothing else matters except for this story. And ideally, hopefully, fingers crossed, it's a good story. Then you get lost in it, and then you get sucked along for that journey, and then boom. Anyway, we're keep getting off on these tangents. The Pip connection, oh yeah. There's a 15-second edit where Mark mentions Sudoku. Oh, 15 seconds of television. Is it just the way that he says it? Sudoku. Hyper detail. Binging these. Physical media. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Physical media. I will never let it die. Best Buy, they can get bent. Target, they can get bent. Surprisingly, Walmart is like a bastion for physical media. Amazon, you can still get pre-orders and whatnot. I know Amazon's controversial, but like any port in a storm, right? But I'll gladly pay extra for like physical media, collector's editions, steelbook cases. I still buy physical media to this day. I think my steelbook for 7 just came in, actually. My steelbook for 7. I bought a physical copy of Hundreds of Beavers recently, and I had to get that one from like, I think, out of the country for that one. Let's see. Enjoying your analysis. On to the next. I ruined The Sixth Sense for myself by going into it knowing there was a twist. Oh, funny quick story about that, because my mom is, she's, oh my god, she's the like a reverse version of obnoxious when it comes to certain movies. She's not the one who's asking. She used to be the mom that would ask questions, being like, well, why would they do this? Well, why would they do that? Well, who is this person? And I'm like, oh, well, perhaps if we watch the rest of the film, we'll discover it together. But the problem with her now is I think she's at that point of no return, where when it comes to movies and television now, she is so searching for the answers to everything that I don't think she can truly enjoy the unknown journey as much as she used to be able to, like as much as I try to now, because then she's like, oh, I saw that coming, oh yeah, well I figured that out, oh yeah, well I saw this, and I'm like, you're not having any fun. Like yeah, you can figure some stuff out, but like you can still go on a journey, mom. But all that to say, point of pride here, and she did raise me well in that what was it, she showed me The Sixth Sense as a kid. It was one of the, before I was 13, she was kind of strict about movies, and it was one of the few PG-13 movies she let me watch when I was like an adolescent, and I called the twist about halfway through, and literally I won't say, I mean, everybody knows that there's a twist. I'm pretty sure everybody knows what it is, but I won't go into big detail. But halfway through, I did kind of look over at her as a kid, and I was like, is this what's going on right now? And she was like, oh yeah, you figured it out. Like I think she like was like, oh yeah, you got it. Like basically, like I did figure out the twist before it happened, and as a kid that was like a huge point of pride for me. And then I was like, yes, in a couple of decades or so, I'll be doing this on YouTube for the peoples. What does that say? Sudoku. Exactly, yeah. But yeah, Sixth Sense, I remember, yeah. They were always fun. And his movies were always fun. Twists when I was growing up. I always love it when, like, even when I'm, like, analyzing something, when a film or, like, TV. Interview with the Vampire. I'm glad that I watched Succession before going into Interview with the Vampire. Succession was... that show tested my mettle in terms of like analyzing character mannerisms, them speaking without actually speaking words, character intent, narrative, the reading between the lines and all that. That show prepped me, because Interview with the Vampire was these have both been challenging shows, even Severance to an extent, but I like a show that'll challenge me to like try to like find the Easter eggs, to catch the hidden glances, to read more into what the character's actually saying. And I still miss stuff for sure, and I think that I'm actually glad that I do, because for one, people will talk about it in the comments, which is good engagement, but the fact that I still miss things even as I'm analyzing these shows means that there's still plenty that I'm like experiencing and being surprised by. Lexington letter, yeah, I read that. Shoki, now the Shoki really gets going, they say. Tearing the sticky note, good idea. My guy, new vid, new reaction, another day, another dollar. Lexington letter, you'll be so happy in the series. I keep getting the amount of comments I get about my teeth, my eyes sometimes, but people keep talking about my teeth. Bro has the most teeth I've ever seen. Good video. Bless the YouTube comment section sometimes. I'm never going to beat the vampire allegations either. Okay, then we're at 4, the
Hello,
UUR.
Welcome
Again,
back to...
we're just... Pause. Again, we're just going through comment sections. I've watched a bunch of other reaction videos for this series, and yours are by far the best. Thank you, I appreciate that. You have pointed out things no one else has ever mentioned, and by now I have seen most of the episodes almost 10 times each. Because of you, I'm gaining a whole new appreciation and understanding for the thought they put into every detail in the show. That's what I strive to do. This is about sharing, this is about spreading awareness, sharing shows that you may not have seen, but also we can appreciate them together. Also, love your Interview with the Vampire reactions. Look forward to these, appreciate that. Love your channel, appreciate that. The scene with Mark crying at the tree was filmed 1 year to the day of Adam Scott losing his mom to ALS. When I saw that scene after I heard Ben Stiller tell the story, it was heartbreaking to watch. Yeah, well, that's about, that's like actors channeling their emotion into what their performances, right? I know that's what Kieran Culkin did a lot for his performance, especially with well, I don't want to spoil anything in the show, but he, like, his life experiences that he's had in his real life, he was able to channel that into the character. It's funny because him and Sarah Snook had two totally different approaches to it, because he would approach the show and say, yeah, I channeled my real life trauma and experiences into this show, and it's hard for me to let go of that character. And Sarah Snook would be like, oh no, I go in there, I get in the headspace, I do the character, and then I drop that luggage back off and I go back to my life. She would just like pick it up and drop it back off, in and out, in and out. It's crazy. But yeah, that's kind of what I do here with the reaction content that I try to do. I try to add an empathic level, as an empath, on an empathic level. Yeah, I try to kind of what's my train of thought here? I try to tie in like my experiences in life and like, you know, the real world, you know, trauma or loss or anything I can use to empathize with the character or their plight or, you know, how the story's going, and then talk about that basically. June telling Mark maybe the best way to deal with a fucked up situation isn't to shut your brain off half the time made him realize he needs to deal with Gemma's death and feel emotions, which is why he went to the tree. Not only is he severed, but he's drinking all his time at home, so he's not letting himself feel anything. Also love seeing a reactor who had the same thoughts I did about Helly does at the end. Most reactors are like, no, don't do it, but I was like, OMG, genius, go girl, kill that bitch. Obviously, I wouldn't have opinions like that in real life situations, but here it's less about killing herself and more about her outie. The thing is, if she were to quit, any Helly would effectively die, so she would cease to exist. So if she gets out of there, her life is ending either way. Might as well take her outie down with her, and it was genius to do it in the elevator. Yeah. No, I mean, I felt the same way, right? Literally in any other circumstance, well, even in that circumstance, like, look, unaliving is just, it's not like, don't do it. Like, it's a damn shame whenever it happens. But in the concept of dystopian, high concept science fiction, and this other Black Mirror person that's been brought into this world not of her own volition, against her will, as it were, and she's forced to be in this position, then yeah, in that circumstance, I'm like, take control. If the person that brought you into this world, that's a part of you, doesn't care, then screw them. Do what you gotta do to escape this hell. Adam Scott's quality acting really surprised me. The crying in the car was devastating. They really threw us straight in. Yeah, he's great. I love another example of an actor who normally you would only associate with his comedic roles, but when given a chance to flex his chops, he really flexes those chops. Adam Scott will make you feel right as rain. Appreciate your reactions. Goated, I appreciate that. Lexington letter, I read it for sure. Consider for a moment why Mark would have sculpted a tree during his wellness session. You learned the answer earlier in the episode, even if any Mark didn't. Yeah, I didn't make the connection until after people pointed it out. And again, on subsequent rewatches, once the tree was in my brain, the tree motif like stuck with me. Any Helly hangs herself in the elevator, so Audi Helly will suffer the majority of the hanging. Some seriously messed up stuff. Agreed, yes. Indeed. Enjoy your reactions. I appreciate that. Yes, yeah, I like to think that I'm fully focused, but with the right amount of like pausing for contemplation, commentary, and analysis. Like, I don't want to spend like, you know, an hour talking and 5 minutes watching, but I want to have a back and forth blend of like absorb a scene, talk about it if need be, but then otherwise react to the show as it goes along. But it's, you know, I admit finding that balance can sometimes be hard, but in my experience, the mark of a good show, whether it be controversial or layered or in depth or like well written, anything like that, the mark of a good show is that the more I have to talk about, the more that there is to pick apart and dissect. For me, it's the mark of a good show. It's even better because it is indicative of how layered and how much effort went into it. You asked about the Lumon logo being a water droplet, and the in-universe reasoning is that they began as a salve company, but theory-wise, there are also many references to water. Here it is, yeah. All of MDR's file names are the names of large bodies of water, Irving being told your Audi values water, and soap. Do you want Grainer to use the pad soap? Mrs. Selvig sells soaps and bath bombs at her shop. And yes, that is a little Keir Egan head on Cabell's desk. Keir is the original founder of the company, but the current CEO is it Jamie? Is it Jamie or Jame? I wish I could watch this show for the first time again. Right? There's so many, like, dude, the amount of the games I'd love to be able to play for the first time, the shows and movies. But that's why I also love reaction content. That's why I love showing. It's why I love going out and showing. I love to show friends and loved ones movies and TV that I love so much, because again, if we're going to speak to the like empathic side of things, for me, if I'm going to a movie, for example, and I've already seen the movie, like Nosferatu, but I went a second time with somebody who hadn't seen it, then for me, I'm able to recontextualize that experience, and mentally, I'm watching it almost as if I'm like, okay, well, I'm watching this like it's the first time through this person's eyes and experience. That's why I love to do, like I said, I love watching reaction content videos and like sharing with friends and families, because them watching it when they haven't seen it is like me getting to watch it again for the first time. Like I've seen John Carpenter's The Thing a lot of times. I love it. It's one of the best horror movies of all time. And I had a friend who's a scaredy cat when it comes to horror movies, but they finally caved like a year or so ago, because they were like, well, it's a classic and it was playing in our local art house cinema, like a little theater nearby. And he was like, okay, well, I don't like horror movies, but this is a classic. I acknowledge that I should go watch it. And he did not disappoint, because when all the main moments and jump scares that we've all seen like 100 times over happened, dude, he was like, oh, like his reaction was incredible, and the reinvigorated. I felt as if I got to watch the movie all over again because of just his experience. So I love that type of stuff. The only other fictional character I've ever encountered named Jamie was the killer in Silence of the Lambs. I'm wondering about their choice of that name. It is interesting. Dude, the Kiers are weird, man. I'm wondering about a lot of their choices when it comes to the Kiers, I tell you. Oh yeah, this right here. But even you, like I, missed on first watch that Mark's wife's candle was used in that wellness session, and then Mark starts creating the tree where she had her accident. It shows there is some emotional memory bleed over in the subconscious. Yeah, I missed the candle the first time, and I don't know if that was like a triggering event. It's so much to get into and so interesting. But yeah, because like these little triggers, whether auditory or visual stimuli, that can, like, you know, the memories start leaking in, or they can feel the emotion their outie feels, like, you know, the sense of melancholy or happiness. Even Peggy in sorry, I feel like a burp's coming on. Oh, kind of. Jeez, I gotta eat dinner. Even Peggy in the Lexington letter, she would talk about how, like, when she would, like, her outie would reawaken, she would feel a sense of jubilation, of like joy, because she had simply painted her nails a fun color, and her innie got to experience that for the day. So the emotions carry over, and there's even some memory overlap to an extent. That's the whole reason I think it's all like human trials and experimentation, is because this is not a foolproof, perfect process. It is incredibly messy because you're dealing with the human brain. Like, it's one of those things where it's like Lumon is so busy concerning themselves. It's like Jurassic Park, right? They're concerning themselves with whether or not they could. They're not stopping to think if they should. And there's just so many questions and so much to consider and so many permutations, and that's what gets my brain gears going. And it's a show like this talking about all these ideas and these possibilities that just makes me really excited, and so much to sink your teeth into and talk about. In real life, smell is the most strongly associated sense with memory, so it seems that Cabell is testing the extent and totality of Severance in that scene. Yeah, hence a lit candle, I assume, since it was like one of, it was his wife's candle, so that smell would trigger it, and then that's why he would then carve the tree, yeah. And then Cabell specifically testing that, it could go either way, like good intentions, bad intentions, I don't know. I love how he tries so hard to dance around the fact that Helly's outie might be a bad person. Little did we know. And I think we haven't fully established it yet, but given the trailer for season 2 and the videos that she made on DVD, like her Audi, that is, I think, yeah, like I don't think Helena Egan is a great person. I'm not sure if any of the Egans are, but again, we have very limited information, and we're acting with very limited scenes and character interactions and dialogue from all those people. So I'm sure we will get more. I wouldn't worry about mistakenly thinking this show's set in the 90s. A lot of people have talked about the confusing anachronisms of Severance, so I think it's very intentional. I think there was even an article that talked about it a bit. I mean, even the Lumon paintings look like they're from another time, although we're given no reason to believe they weren't created like this century or whatever. So that might be something fun for you to look into once you finish the season. Yeah, so curious, because there's so much, like, in terms of, like, I call it eganity, but in terms of, like, you know, Keir, like the Egans in general, and like the whole, like, it all just does feel very, like, I don't want to say, I know theologist isn't a word, but like the religious connotations and the theological, like, symbolism of Egan, like the Egan family line in relation to Lumon, and then how the employees, like, are treated. It's just very, yeah, between like the ye old oil paintings and this whole, like, here we are here, whatever, like, that's, I'm telling, it's just, yeah, it's definitely funky. The world building is amazing. I can tell Dan Erickson and Ben Stiller put a lot of thought into this. I'd love to see you react to Stranger Things. I've definitely seen, I'm fully caught up with Stranger Things. That's a show that I don't think will ever make it, like, my reactions will never make it to YouTube, because I've already watched the show. And even the final season, like, it's one of those shows where I've had a tradition where I watch the show, and especially like the last half of the season, I'll like kill a bottle of wine, and then like end of season 4, I was sobbing. I was like wine drunk, ugly crying, like that. To be fair, that was for me at the end of like season 3 and 4. I was just like, oh, just wine, teeth are all purple and all that. But I agree. I really love the show. It's great. The quality of the paintings is pretty good. Do we ever get confirmation that O&D actually paints them? I don't think they paint them. I think optics and design, I think they just cycle the paintings out, because the only thing we see them do hands-on, right? Well, we see them like take care of the paintings and like make alterations and all that, but whenever, like, there are art pieces that I think are, I mean, they literally, some of them are custom commissions that like reflect the departments of which, like, the departments they're hung up in, right? Like they are to even perpetuate false narratives, to like galvanize the departments against each other, basically. Like and even when we're in the back room and we see them with those like 3D printing machines, yeah, they're making stuff, but I think they're just like running programs, and out pops up, oh, there's a shoe, there's a potted plant or whatever. I think that they're like MDR, for example, like they're not making the numbers, they're just given a product or something to work with, and being told to work with it in a specific way. That's my take anyway. Optics and design, they handle like what is displayed around the severed floor, and they might handle like creation of things, but only in the sense of what like an assembly line or a 3D printer would do. But again, we could get into season 2, and that my take could just easily get blown away out of the water, like no shot. Like, if so, they may be coming in with some outside skills. Also true. Looks like Bert is either painting or retouching one in a later episode, the one where he retires. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't tell if he's actually like I would lean more towards the side of like a touch-up job, right? Where we have it, I mean, he could be painting, maybe he could be like spot or touch painting, but the way they're all, also the way that I mean, what the very first scene we get with Irving and Bert is they're admiring the painting, and then part of how their relationship begins to blossom and their kinship grows is that they have an appreciation for the art. But it's because they're like, oh yeah, these artists, either these unknown or these, you know, oh, that's an original Keir or whatever, like they both appreciate the art. And then Bert like is, oh, we switch this one out with that one, or we place that one here. maybe optics and design gets a choice. Like maybe they're told, okay, you have to switch the art out every X amount of days or weeks, but you get to choose what pieces to put out. And maybe sometimes they're given like a directive to specifically put like, oh, here's our fear-mongering, grim barbarity of optics and design painting. Put that over in MDR. Why? No reason. Just put it over there. Like, I think they just handle distribution and circulation, probably with upkeep and like refurbishing, if anything. But I could be wrong. Again, I could be wrong. And we do know Irving, like, I mean, we know Irving paints, but like that's in the capacity of outside his Audi paints, outside of the Severed Floor, outside of Lumon. And I don't know if he was a painter before he started working for the company, or if that's just him kind of trying to do what do they call that, like scribing or whatever, where you like close your eyes and try to like have the other plane connect to you or whatever. But in his case, it's just like the memories of his innie are coming through via the paint, and he just kind of goes into like a trance-like state and paints, but like the same memory over and over again, basically. Maybe like art conservation instead of painting originals. Yeah, exactly, my thoughts. But again, that's only based off of what I've seen, is that I don't think there's any true original work or creation being done on those floors. I think the work is, I'm almost split now. I acknowledge that the work might have some real world significance, but something tells me that all the work being done on the Severed Floor is forms of self-regulation and busy work, while all being a guise for human trials, which tells me that, like, you know, they're just told to go put stuff here, put stuff there, do your, you know, put in your numbers, you know, 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42, click enter, and then the cycle repeats and you just exist and do that. But that's just my thought process. Nice to your take. Discover your channel. Succession reaction. I appreciate that. Submitted the Patreon. Thank you for that. The moment you realize what's going on between Irving and Bert, I love it. I ship them so hard. I'm here for it. The bandages are from the broken glass window she was trying to reach through the stairwell. Oh, I see. I guess it was hard to tell in that scene because I thought like it might have been a form of self-harm, but it makes a lot more sense if yeah, because it's hard to see the blood, because when she breaks the window to reach through, the whole hallway turns red, so it's already red and dark. But I guess it makes sense if she was reaching through broken glass, then she would have those bandages around her wrist. Because in this episode, I thought something else had happened, but I didn't realize she had cut her wrists on the broken glass of the door. Love hearing your theories. Thanks. Just go full blast Severance. If only I had the time. I do want to watch Attack on Titan. Low key, that's on my list. Like I want to take care of the premieres that are coming up first, but if I have time to squeeze it in, either before Last of Us, after Last of Us, or in tandem with Mr. Robot, as soon as I have some time, I do want to put more anime reactions on my channel, because that'll bring in another kind of audience in a way. And Attack on Titan is a show that I just never watched, but I've always heard phenomenal things about that. I do love anime, and since it's been finished, I would love to like check it out for the first time for sure. The only thing about the work that throws me is if we get scenes with Cabell being pressured to finish on time by the board. That is true. That's a good point. Well, I mean, it's like meeting quotas, but like, I mean, maybe like her job is to make sure that these tests, these like self-regulation tests, or these like human trial stress tests are being done in a timely manner. Like, because I'm sure with Lumon's perspective, like the board and all that, whatever the board is, which that mystery is a whole other thing to get into. But I'm sure at the end of the day, you know, there's always a boss for the boss and a boss's boss. And the company, they want results. They want Severance to be legalized like Lumon does, the Kiers do, and they want the chips to if they had their way, anybody who wanted access to one, perhaps even the whole world, if they're nefarious enough, would have these chips and they'd be working properly. But in order to have that all done, they have to implement them, test them out, work out the kinks, and then have a finished, fully realized, stable product they can, like, you know, sell to investors, put on like basically almost make it over the counter type of deal, right? So I can see why there'd be pressure on middle management in the severed floors to like get the human testing and trials, keep them on schedule and get their results quicker so they can roll everything out. You know, they'll have all the paperwork. Like they'll on the lowdown, they'll be like, okay, well we can get away with doing this, and these tests work on humans, and they can present that to people in public, being like, yeah, we have a foolproof system that works like X, Y, and Z, and we can you know, tickets start as low as this price or what have you. So that's my take on it. June not being surprised that Mark knew her name always seemed weird to me. It's entirely possible, even likely, that she was mentioned by name in the program for the service, and there was probably more than a few family pictures scattered around. I see. Well, didn't Petey? No, because when Mark and Petey are talking, before Petey is like down for the count, didn't Petey say, like, mention his daughter's name? But yeah, if not, there was definitely easy ways to. I think when he read the obituary in the newspaper, it would probably also say he is survived by his ex-wife, or probably survived by his daughter June or something like that. So I'm sure that the name was mentioned at some point. Old man romance, hell yeah. Your new vid. This was indeed a new vid 4 months ago. Read the letter. Glad I did. Wow, you're recording your screen before pre-watching. Smart. Yeah, I'll never beat the allegations. Diabolical. I've been found out. Who clicks to pause when the space bar is right there? Oh yeah, because watching it on PC, sometimes PCs do a weird thing where like pausing, like spacebar will pause at first, but sometimes for some reason spacebar will assign itself to like volume or something else instead, which is kind of weird, but that's a different point altogether. I think P's ex-wife looks like Gabby Arteta. Oh. I spelled it wrong completely. Oh, come on, give me a shot. Isn't it Gabrielle Arteta, right? Gabby Arteta, Gabrielle Arteta. Severance show. What the hell? The Artetas, the sports team. This isn't helping. Oh my god. Severance show. Cast. Maybe that'll get me on the right direction. Is there an extended cast list? Oh, there we go. Nora Dale. You know, I could see a little bit of resemblance there. Am I looking at the right person? Wait, this is Nina. Am I looking at the right person? Am I not? The senator's wife? Maybe not. I never looked at a side by side. Sorry, I'm late. It's the time difference. Oh no, you're fine. Hey, we're just chugging along right now. We're just doing a quick side by side to see if Petey's ex-wife looks like how similar she looks to the senator's wife, Gabrielle Arteta. Anyway, I mean that's different. I mean they do look similar. I'll grant you that. All right. How much further do we have to go? That was episode 4, right? Okay, so a few more. We're just following Oh yeah, this one very recently. It took YouTube's algorithm. I never put a description in this one. That's crazy. It took YouTube's algorithm like months before they finally age restricted this one. but I already got my money for it, so it's okay. But yeah, I got an email that was like, oh, we detected self-harm in this, and I'm like, oh yeah, a little bit late, aren't you? It could just be me. I see patterns everywhere. No, it's good. It's good to look for I mean, human beings, we literally, our brains are wired in such a way where we look for patterns and for coincidences and similarities, which I don't know if you subscribe to any of it. It's also what, it's why horoscopes are so popular, but to each their own. The pretentious lines from Ricken's book are so funny. They always, yeah, Ricken's book is great. I wish they would sell like a full copy of it to the public. I'd buy it in a heartbeat. Dan Erickson has said he's actually written about 80 pages of the UUR and has expressed an interest in finishing and publishing it based on massive demand. Please, please, I hope season 2, like, give me a copy of Ricken's book. That'd be amazing. The UURs, I love all the Ricken stands in the chat. The UUR is a work of literary brilliance compared to the only other book the Annies have ever had access to, the Employee Handbook. I wouldn't blame any of them for making it their entire personality. Very true. Season 2? Are you planning to react to Season 2 as it comes out? I bet it'll make you feel right as rain. The book is so good because to them it's revolutionary because they've only ever read the handbook, but it's truly the dumbest thing. Yeah. Someone else who has read The Body Keeps the Score and can't avoid thinking of the body consequences of any out experiences. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a big thing for me. That was a book that was recommended. It always comes up in movies whenever like therapists are talking to their patient, as it were. But yeah, Body Keeps the Score is actually a good book. I'd recommend. It's like a New York Times bestseller, but it's a I don't have it within easy reach, but it's a very good book that the anecdotal side of it and the personal accounts make it a very engaging read. When it gets into the more heady stuff, it lost me a little bit here and there because it gets into the big brain science of it all. But the emotional core of it is that our trauma not only is carried mentally but also physically. It's why like anxiousness for me, for example, I think I'm undiagnosed, but I'm pretty sure I have anticipatory anxiety, which means that I'm constantly anxious, not in a bad way all the time, but even if there's good things headed my way, like if I'm about to go on a vacation, for example, I'm anxious because I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna happen, I'm ready for it, gotta be ready for it, gotta plan for it, gotta do this, gotta do that. Like even this, right? I'm having a blast right now. I'm loving that, we're having these conversations and I'm making another Severance video, but I have the anticipatory anxiety leading up to it of like trying to make sure it's running right, trying to make sure that I do I do it properly, how's it going to go over, and then even just like leading up to any small or large thing, I just have that. And for me, anxiety reflects in like a tightness in the chest, kind of. I have to like deep breath and kind of relax myself a little bit. Like even just now, like my chest is finally kind of like loosened up a little bit, It's kind of like when you have I get like tension headaches from stress a lot, where it's clenching of the jaw, keeping like you'll notice like letting the tongue go from the roof of your mouth because you're just like tensed up, and I'll get it up here a bunch, or like in muscles. I carry the negative thing about being so impacted by movies and games and television and getting so into it is I'll tense up a lot. So my neck and shoulders are a train wreck of like knots and like just clogs and all this type of stuff. But it's because that's stress, that's anxiety, that's the body, that's when you go through a traumatic event, you have mental trauma responses, sure, but also physical ones. And the book goes into that. The Body Keeps the Score, where it's your body hangs on to a lot of your experiences that you go through, for better or for worse. Just like Petey said to Audi Mark in an earlier episode, you feel it down there too, you just don't know what it is. Exactly. Have you ever seen Dark? Well, just so you know, I got to go back through on my own time and respond to some of these comments more in depth. I want to like pay my appropriate respect to them all. Ricken is my favorite character, and I just love to quote him all the time. I do have to reread. I do want to rewatch specifically to be able to use some of his quotes in my day-to-day life. 2 days ago, I played through Doki Doki Literature Club for the first time. Knew it was something more than your usual free dating sim or stream due to all the buzz it made online years ago. Still left an impact to the point that this is my first point of reference when re-watching this episode with the funny movie man guy reaction. I love being described as the funny movie man guy. That's great. Between this, BoJack and Severance, and Succession to a lesser extent, why am I constantly drawn to those kinds of stories? Or am I just remembering them better because heavy topics and themes are more impactful? It's a good question. I watched a beautiful, phenomenal movie that made my top, not just my top 10, it made my top 3 for the year, which is Memoir of a Snail. Speaking of Succession, Sarah Snook is the narrator of that movie. It's stop motion claymation animation, but it's brilliant. But it's also very dark and sad throughout because our main character is would you say she's a melancholic, or I guess she suffers from melancholy, if you will. What's his Nosferatu? But afterwards, I spoke with a friend of mine who went to go see it, and he was like, I loved it, but he's like, man, it was just so sad in a lot of different moments, and he's like, and it's like, so it just impacted him in such a way. And I said, I love that it was sad, and he was genuinely curious. He's like, do you like to watch sad movies? And I'm like, like, yeah, I every now and then, like, even if it's rewatching a sad movie, but like just watching movies that have like heavy topics and themes, whether it's like, Memoir of a Snail, whether it's The Whale, Manchester by the Sea, 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, just a bunch, just to name a few off the top of my head, but movies that I know are going to be, I still need to watch Grave of the Fireflies. That's going to be another heavy hitter. But all I have to say is, like, yeah, it's like sometimes humans are drawn to those sad stories, and in my case, I really enjoy, it's like, maybe it's like a form of therapy in and of itself, like to be able to, because if you've suffered certain traumas or certain experiences, it's more of an empathic connection even to these, admittedly fictitious characters and stories and narratives. Like, it's more, like this guy is saying, it's more impactful. You can maybe even connect to it better in a certain extent. You can better empathize with characters and all that. The Audis might have, sorry, I'm trying to read the chat. My Zoom is being weird. Might have felt it in the elevator. After they're in, he spent a day in the break room, just like an unsettling feeling in their chest. Yeah, exactly. There's no way that all that adrenaline and cortisol just disappears in the elevator. Oh, exactly. Well, it's why, like, the trailer for season 2, when Mark wakes up in the elevator, it's immediate, like, boom, like he wakes up like that panic and all that emotion. And I'm sure I'd be very curious to see the moment after he switches back to Audi Mark in that moment after being like, she's alive, and then to see like bop and then be like, whoa, why am I sweating? Why is my heart going a mile a minute right now? Anyway, to get to the point for this episode, Helly's attempt at unaliving has got to be one of the scariest scenes for me out of all these different stories. The idea of attempting to unalive yourself, struggling for air, phasing out, phasing in again, and the next time you're conscious, you're just back at work, exactly where you left off, never able to escape the nightmare no matter what you do. It's even worse than realizing you do not want to die halfway down. Oh yeah, oh my god, don't even get me started. That's gonna chill down my spine. Dude, as someone who's like dealt with ideation in the past, the view from halfway down monologue from BoJack Horseman, like it still gets me teared up. It's intense. It's just it's poetry. It's just a monologue about somebody, not gonna say who, somebody attempting to unalive themselves, and halfway through the process they realize they don't want to, and that it's a mistake, but it's too late. They've done it. They've committed. There's no going back. And the only feeling that exists in their brief, like moments ago, they're like, I'm ready to do this. I want to end it all. And then the only thought that exists halfway down that decision is, I take it all back. I don't want to do it. It's a mistake. I still want to be here. Like it's oh my god, that really, and it's right to this guy's point, that when I first heard that monologue and every time since then, it really affects me to my core. Thanks for letting me use this comment section to ramble about 3 different stories, I suppose. Yeah, I owe this guy a response. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Plus, it's easy to disregard feelings when you don't know the source of it. Oh yeah, right. It's like the feeling of someone walking over your grave. free floating anxiety that isn't in fact free floating. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, talk about being murdered by the person you imprisoned and told that they're not a person. Oh my god, yeah. No, it's all very heavy stuff to get into. That's why I keep comparing it to Black Mirror, but it's these these high concept science fiction questions that, although it's not possible currently for us to truly do these things, it's just plausible enough where, you know, theoretically you could do these things. And because of that, we're having the conversations being like, well, there's the laundry list that's like miles long of all the implications therein. It's crazy. Wondering if you've seen Shrinking, another brilliant Apple TV show. I have not, but my mother will not shut up about it. Like every chance she gets, especially after season 2, she's like, "Oh, I know you love Harrison Ford, and you do like this other guy from How I Met Your Mother, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, I know my mother loves that show. I do. Shrinking is on my list. I've heard good things about Shrinking. I don't know if it'll make it over to this channel, but brutal. Yeah, brutal for real. But it might. The show was a big WTF for real. Somebody jailbroke Petey. Yeah, 100%. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Only have 1, 2, 3, 4 more to go. We can buzz through these real quick. Hide and seek.
More in the will they won't.
We serve Kia. The innies are so touch-starved that Mark got excited and overwhelmed to get a handshake in episode 1. That's a very good point. Again, all these things I have to like. Now that I do my best analytical work when I am deeper into a show, because it's the beginning is a bunch of speculation and theories and trying to like make conclusions with very limited data. But I think part of why I enjoyed, like, for example, season 2 of Interview with the Vampire and seasons 2 through 5 of Succession. 4? 2 through 4? 5? 4. Of Succession, yeah, 4. As much as I did, is when you have your established characters and when you've gotten a baseline reading for all of them. In my opinion, when I have a baseline readout of all my characters and I the world is set, the stage is set, the characters, the narrative, the basic ideas, then I can truly analyze the story and how they progress in it based on what I now know has been established. And I can really like compare, contrast, dive into once it's been established. So it took me all that to say, it took me a while to contextualize the show with the idea of like just exactly how naive and childlike the innies are in this show. And then once I'm finally able to contextualize that at this point in the show, and then especially the last 3 episodes and really going into season 2, is I have the context of, oh yeah, touch-starved, naive, ignorant against their will and all this. So to be able to like to contextualize their reactions and what they say and what they do based on their very limited lived or life experiences, you know. A hug can be provided upon request, like it's a reward. Exactly. I'm kind of confused as to why Petey didn't listen to Ragabi. Like, Petey's a smart man, we know that, so why didn't he follow the proper procedures for post-op? He might not have died. Yeah, no, that's a good question. I think it's kind of the same reason why, even though Mark is getting more information about like even though people around him are questioning Lumon, and then like clearly he's onto something, it's like, I don't know, because it's outie him, and he, I guess things are jumbled enough. Maybe it's a mixture of like adrenaline, fear, exhaustion, confusion, right? Where, because for the most part, he like avoids, he knows who to avoid. Like, you know, he avoids Cabell when she searches Mark's house, and he tries to like get information to Mark, and he tries to do the right thing. But at the same time, his mind and brain and reality is so warped and split that it's like 2 different people fighting with each other, even though like he knows more of the truth and he's more of a complete person. He's a complete fractured person. He's a clay pot where the cracks, like, you know, like they need to be repaired for that, to make that famous Japanese pottery, right? The kitsuragi or whatever it's called. but there's just too much leakage going on, and there's just internal probably hemorrhaging and just cross memories and confusion, and imagine your reality is constantly shifting and it's so flawed and fractured, and these experiences you're not even sure who you are, you don't even know what body, life, reality you're in. So I guess that'd be my justification for it, I suppose. Which makes the sexual nature of the waffle party even sadder. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh my god, yeah, because it's like, of course that'd be that's all they would get. That says to me that he was in a rush. Why was he in a rush? Maybe he had a goal. Oh, I like the Jinx profile picture, by the way. Maybe he had a goal on severing and he had already completed it. That's the other thing, is I feel like, he told Mark some information, but like, I find it very difficult to believe, even with like, it's so weird, the conversations and the interactions that Ragabi has had off screen with Petey and on screen with Mark. She's not very forthcoming, is she? Like, for being somebody who's like trying to help to unveil the truth and is like unveiling company secrets and like making them complicit in homicide and all this type of stuff. It's a good point to raise up. Why isn't she just spilling everything right then and there? Like, she's already like, like voided her NDA. She's already going against the company. Like, Grainer was already on the hunt and probably would have like found a way to either bring her into custody or maybe even dispose of her, before he got disposed of. But like, in retrospect, I do wonder why Ragabi didn't say more. Granted, we don't know what she said to Petey, but like, if she said more to Petey, for example, then why wasn't Petey more forthcoming with Mark? Like, that's a big question. And if he had a goal and already completed it, then I guess, like, maybe it was all limited information. Maybe Ragabi also didn't know a whole lot. Maybe she only knew as much as what her department covered, and she only knew enough to help to kind of unsever, rather, to deactivate the chip. So maybe she's also working from a limited perspective, like a limited set of guidelines or knowledge. Like, I could grant her that, but it's just like a head scratcher, right? Which, I mean, it would explain why Petey only had so much information to relay to Mark, because maybe Ragabi only had relayed so much information to her, because he's vague about it, right? He's like, yeah, things are going on down there, some people don't leave and all this. Like, these just kind of vague, dark assertions that don't have any further detail, but perhaps it's as simple as he didn't have further detail he could relay to him. I can't figure out how Petey went here, there, and everywhere on foot in the cold like that. I wonder why he didn't approach Mark at Devin's house versus a public place like Pip's. I think public might have been like more, might have been riskier, right? Because if the town is like, if the town is like Kier all the way, it's like a company town, right? I feel like if he went to like the local diner, or if he was somewhere where like there's more corporate influence or oversight or cameras, there's more likelihood of him being caught and captured, as opposed to having enough memory to know, oh, I was friends with this guy inside. Maybe as an outie, having my innie's knowledge, I can track down one guy that my innie was friends with and try to like privately find him to relay the information. So I actually think that was a wise decision on his part. I think if he went too public, because you saw as soon as he went public, he was immediately noticed because he's like, his mind is fractured. And then down for the count, they picked him up like paramedics, Egan paramedics, I'm sure, picked him up immediately. But Ragabi must have told him, given he was the first person to get unsevered. She also would have protected him from Lumon. No, again, I'm kind of on board with that. Like, I believe, I'm like, Ragabi probably has a lot of inside company knowledge. So I'm right there with you. I'm confused. Like, why, if she didn't say more, why wouldn't she have said more? And then in any case, if Petey did know more, what could possibly have been stopping him from telling Mark more, aside from Mark being like shutting him down, being like, this is crazy, I can't handle this, I'm okay with doing what I did, I'm going back to work. Like, that's when, Petey should have dropped the whole enchilada on him. But I think Petey was dealing with a lot of internal, like, mental instability himself, so perhaps that's the reasoning, maybe. Yeah, both Petey and Ragabi were weirdly cryptic to Mark. That's what I'm saying. Because he was scared of Lumon having eyes everywhere. That's just it. He did approach him in public. Oh, the diner. You're right. Oh my God. He showed up at the house first, then did go to the diner eventually. You're 100% correct. Well, damn, that was a risk. I forgot about that. My bad. That is a good point. Scared of Lumon. Saying scared of Lumon makes me think, well, he doesn't know if he can trust Mark. That, you know what? That tracks then. That doesn't explain why Ragabi wouldn't have opened up. Ragabi not saying more to Mark doesn't make a lot of sense, but PD not being sure, like, because PD knows he could trust Mark on the inside, but he didn't know if he could trust Mark on the outside, so it makes sense why he would only tell him so much information. Perhaps if more time had gone by and there had been more of a rapport built up for their outies and he trusted Mark more, maybe they would have talked more about it. But now in retrospect, you know, because Mark was still kind of bought in, so who's to say Mark wouldn't have spilled the beans himself if PD had, like, talked. It's a very good point. But in private, would have been scarier for Mark and Lumon probably watches Devon's house. Oh yeah, I mean we know that like Selvig watches from the outside. I'm shocked that I'm shocked that Mark's house isn't bugged. Like I thought it would be, not just being watched over. But like Devon's house too, yeah. Yeah, but he thinks Lumon must more closely have eyes on their employees and their families. Like PD came to Devon's house in the woods at night, but didn't approach Mark. He waited for Pips. That's true. That's true. I guess he was probably still scared of approaching too soon. Maybe his initial idea was to approach Mark at the house, and then maybe he changed his mind, got scared, backed out, and then thought he'd risk a public place when it was like quieter to try to like find Mark in a less, like maybe he realized, hey, I'm a creepy guy behind a tree. Mark's not going to want to talk to me. He's not going to want to chat me up right now, versus catch him in his like local watering hole. I don't think PD knew much of anything. He was treated like a guinea pig by Ragabi, and maybe he lost trust in it for some reason. Because he was the first one, that's true. Like, PD must have been desperate to get out of the system if he was trusting Ragabi. Like, I'm not sure who approached who first on that matter, but yeah. Oh, wait, maybe PD suspects Rickon or Devon somehow? Tinfoil hat? Maybe. Well, that's the thing, is that if you're in PD's shoes and via Ragabi or his journey of like deconstruction and like discovery of this whole system, yeah, the question is like, how deep does this go? Who can I actually trust? Like nobody, like who can I trust? Like, and then being a mixture of Audi and Innie, you have the Audi human trying to reconcile with all these revelations versus the Innie version of PD, who is probably scared shitless, probably trying to figure out like, can't trust anybody because he has a very limited worldview and scope. So there's probably the combined life experiences probably both attribute to his like confusion and his experience and his trying to make sense of like what to do, who to talk to, how much to talk about, and all that. Maybe after Unsevered, he was mostly his Innie and trusted Mark the most because that's his best friend. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that's why he went to him, is because when like that's all he was just going based off of, well, Innie me was friends with him. Audi me probably doesn't even know who this guy is, but this is, perhaps I can build off of this somehow. And perhaps Mark even felt a sense of recognition or kinship deep down and just couldn't place it, Maybe after Unsevered, he was mostly his Innie and trusted Mark. Yeah, exactly. Just could have lost his nerve. Yeah, that's the best thing I can think of. That's like my best guess. Let's see. Just a note about Allentown, I think it's more likely the name of an MDR file he completed, hence the etched glass reward bearing the name. That's curious, because if all the file names are names of like bodies of water, if one of them is a reward and it's a MDR file called Allentown, that kind of partially pokes a hole in that theory, doesn't it? But if it also exists, and if like Peggy's experience in the Lexington letters to be believed and holds water, that has serious implications for what Mark might have done as his like little freshman fluke, right? Like, okay, cool, Mark finished the Allentown file, so what truck did he blow up? What plague did he unleash? Love the break room scene. Did a great job showing the change Mark went through the first time we saw him going there. He was walking behind Green like a little kid, but this time he was leading the way like a boss. Yeah. The any character arcs are real. Love the camera bit. So happy more people get to witness the character that is Rickon. Yes. Found it so funny that Selvig casually smacked the baby doll on the couch after being so tender before with it. That's one episode in the future, but also very funny. I agree. Punks are usually the kindest people from personal experience. Yeah, because they go to the punk show in this episode. Cabell Selvig is so creepy. She can flip on a dime between sweet and a little addled, seeming to cold as ice, kind of terrifying. My theory is that the chip Cabell put on wasn't Petey, but belonged to someone very close to her. The medical equipment and memorabilia makes me think she lost someone close to her within the industry, and since we can infer that Cabell has been involved since childhood, that it was likely someone she was related to, but that's just me. Yeah, the mystery that is Cabell still permeates this whole thing. I'd have to re-examine the shrine, if anything. Like, if I... Hang on. Severance... Cabell Shrine. Oh, we get a well-lit version of it? That's sick. The key or the wiki. You know, I wish I could zoom in on this. If I had this on my Mac pulled up, I could zoom in. Damn you, Windows. Well, still. But I see like a Blue Ribbon Award. Is that Keir himself? There's like papers, tickets, there's medals. There's a little old house. That's the old girls' school I think she went to, right? Because there was like the Keir school for so-and-so. Shrine to Keir. Is there a description of it? Oh, here we go. The contents of the shrine. Okay, perfect. From what this is what people can gather, basically. Shrine contents. Papier mâché. Or as the Americans would say, paper mache tempers. Among the Keir-related memorabilia are paper mache heads of the four tempers, similar in style to the masks worn by the four temper dancers, and the Keir head sculpture on the credenza in Cabell's office. So she has the four tempers. Miniature Keir home. Yeah, an intricate model of Keir's home sits in the lower half of the shrine cabinet, along with framed accolades. A full-size replica of this home is preserved in the perpetuity wing. The fetishization of this building has not been explained fully. Cabell has two more images of the house on the wall by her bed and others tucked in the shrine. There's also a newspaper article that suggests an article snipped from the Keir Chronicle describes a new Lumon implant to aid in work-life balance. At the time of the article's run, the newspaper cost 20 cents less than it costs at the time the show takes place. There's also a hospital bracelet with the name Charlotte Cabell. Okay, I forget we get her name. Charlotte. Interesting. Charlotte Cabell lays on a feeding tube, fueling speculation about Cabell's motivations to work at Lumon. Feeding tube. Oh, perhaps she just might be bought in. Perhaps they saved her life. Perhaps Lumon, maybe she was on death's door, and one way or another, the company saved her life, and maybe like through their medicine or experimental sciences or something like that. I was today years old when I learned that her first name is Charlotte. I had no idea. That's crazy. Wait, her name is Harmony? Harmony Cabell. So Charlotte is... Oh, okay. So a child, perhaps. A child. Might be a relative. That's right. That's right. Oh, I'm an idiot then. So either sister, mother, daughter. Interesting. Handmade doll. Two handmade dolls, one depicting Keir and one depicting Cabell, sit on Cabell's bed rather than in the shrine, yet appear to be equally sacred. There's also a stuffed toy goat, a jar of marbles, various ribbons and awards. Harmony Cabell. See, my bad. Look at that. Was recognized when at school for such achievements as best achievements for best girl, mealtime condiments, and most observant. Images courtesy of set decorator Andrew Baseman. The tempers, the home. Oh yeah, behind the scenes photos, hospital bracelet, newspaper article, marbles. I love this. I'm sorry, chat's been flying by. Harmony Cabell, Charlotte could be a relative. Probably a different oh yeah, different person altogether. My bad. I act as if I haven't ever interacted with a computer for the first time, like ever. Charlotte Cabell is a relative of Harmony Cabell. Harmony's shrine to Kier includes a piece of medical apparatus from a hospital which is labeled with Charlotte's name and a date of birth, March 17th, 1944, suggesting that Charlotte could be Harmony's deceased mother, who was alternately referred to as an atheist and a Catholic. Interesting. Trivia. Set designer Andrew Baseman has discussed the contents of Harmony's shrine, and in one interview described the medical apparatus as a breathing tube that held her mother's last breath. You know, my mother was an atheist. She used to say there was... Yeah, that's right, because Harmony Cabell calls her mother an atheist, and then also Harmony Cabell refers to her mother as a Catholic, based on if she's in the severed floor or out of the severed floor. Man, good job on the wiki over here. Crazy. Or mom. Date of birth is 1944, so probs the mother. What if she got a new body? Oh, yo. All right, here we're getting crazy talk now. The old oh, that's some you talk about a tinfoil hat theory that I would very easily subscribe to. Body swapping going on. That's why else would she be so dedicated to Kier and the ideologies of Aganity and all that? Is that Harmony Cabell, formerly Charlotte Cabell, on death's door, right? And then Lumon saves her life and gets her in a new body. That could also be a theory, especially if it's in like the Kier. Oh my God! If they're we know based on the new trailer for season 2 that there are kids who work at Lumon. At least one kid that we've seen on the severed floor. So theory time, if there's like the Kier school, like the Kier home basically, or like if there was a school she attended through the Kiers and award systems and the same set of guidelines and I assume parameters that might be included in Lumon's corporations in general, similar practices to the severed floor. Human experimentation and trials, we already know. Kids though, experimentation on kids, and you take someone's essence, someone's someone's DNA or their mind and port it over to a child, and she's the experiment, she's the test. A company bred lab bred, company fed, like from childbirthhood, fully devotee of Lumon. That'd be wild. You're correct, it would seem with Baseman. I think they confirmed it was her mother. I may have seen that in a subreddit. Or was it like a Q&A or something? She also made that necklace with a chip. Very, very true. Cabell still has Petey's chip. Is Petey going in some other body? Ooh, if we want to subscribe to the body swapping theories, then that is a possibility, yes. But like, definitely nowhere near enough information to have a solid foundation for confirmation. But as a theory, then I think it can possibly hold water as a theory. They confirmed it as mother. Body swapping is what they want for themselves to then control humanity forever. Oh yeah, because then if the Egans can live forever, of course they want it. I mean, that's literally immortality. Isn't that what he said to Helena in the bathroom at the Lumon like ball gala or whatever? Was like immortality is the goal. So interesting. It'll be curious to see how it all plays out. But was it actually confirmed? Like, when you say Reddit, is that like people like us said that, or like creators of the show confirmed it was in fact her mother? And even then, I mean, you could refer to yourself. I mean, she could refer to it as like my mother pretty much was. Because she was in a way birthed from her mother herself, right? Like a version of herself. What else would you call that, right? I'm in a new body with the mind that I had before, but I'm a new person. I'm born again. So she could still refer to herself as her mother in a twisted sense of the term, right? It wasn't on Reddit. You just read that on the wiki. The set director, I guess. Well, what the set director said was held her mother's last breath. But again, this show is not always straightforward. I admit I'm in crazy tinfoil hat territory right now, so I'm theorizing and speculate. Like, there's speculation based off of the we can take it at face value, and it could be yes, most likely, like right here, like I just read it, you're correct, suggesting, key verbiage here, suggesting that Charlotte could be, nothing's written concretely, I would point that out, it seems to be her mother, and that's the easy answer, and it very well, I could be way over reading into this, I could be, right? But we can't concretely say that, yeah, it's the obvious answer. Yeah, Charlotte is a relative of Harmony Cabell. But if we're going to get into crazy territory here in tinfoil hat theory, and they already have been trying to get body swapping tech down, then there's a bunch of little, I'm on my crazy Always Sunny in Philadelphia, like Charlie whiteboard with the red string and all that. I recognize the fact that we could be in cuckoo bananas territory, but it can't be ruled out entirely because we don't know 100%. But I hear you. Regarding body swapping, I wouldn't put anything past these writers. Anything's possible. I haven't read the wiki. Well, hopefully you've seen the show. Is there some Egan in Gemma's body? Oh my god, I hope not. Well, no, but she never leaves the there could be though. Oh my god. I mean, maybe. Now we do get dangerous here because the whole conceit of the show is the separation of mind and like of the mind, but the body being the same, all being contained. But I guess if their idea is to do more human trials and experimentation and hopefully get body swapping down, I think like because I mean, as far as I'm aware, Gemma's current fate is that she's just like she's severed but permanent, like she's not able to switch back because they're keeping her on a lower floor. It'd be weird if like, well, no, I guess that's possible if there was like an Egan in Gemma and they're like using her because she's been declared dead as a test to kind of cultivate that. Again, crazy tinfoil hat theory. I wonder if Miss Selvig's personality is like an echo or residue of Charlotte Cabell. Could be. I mean, we all like, we're, genetically and our attitudes, we're all based on like who raised us, right? So that could also be a thing. You're correct, and sometimes other production crew don't have the full image, especially if they hadn't 100% defined it. Tinfoil on, it would be crazy if Cabell was the first person to swap. Yeah. Again, this is all fan theories and speculations. So I'm like there's some tinfoil hat theories that I think hold more water, more credence than some of what we're discussing right now, like my theory, my theory on self-regulation via the numbers and MDR. But again, that's just like, we're just having fun right now. We're talking about like if like this is like a bunch of what ifs about what the writers could do. But I still plan on letting the tale seduce me fully. There's a part earlier where if you zoom in on Mark's mail, it says Kier PE. The town is called Kier in a fictional state of PE, right? And then Angelo Arteta, workplace hierarchy, poo-poo rolls downhill, indeed. On the Gemma Mark timeline, since a couple oh yeah, exactly. Oh. Testing. There we go. I think my foot unplugged something for a second. Sorry about that. I should be back, hopefully. Let me know if I'm not. There we go. This will make the show so great it can go any direction. That's why I love it, especially when you get to the realm of, when you have a grounded show like Succession, for example, right? Like Succession, it can go in many directions from a character, narrative, and like character action and real world grounded point of view. But when you have Interview with the Vampire, things get a little bit crazier because you have like fantasy elements and creature feature, right? But with this, like when you get to science fiction and you have that like, that Black Mirror, high concept sci-fi, like, you can ground it and base it loosely off of reality and kind of build up from there. But with this being like, you know, again, high concept science fiction, then the directions you can go in are like, you know, pretty much limitless. There are so many options in the control room to though, like apart from overtime contingency. Yeah. In an interview somewhere I read that Dan has ideas behind every single one of those words. Oh, I bet. I have my own. You see me when I'm going through them, I lit up like a Christmas tree. Like, I was crazy with the implications about all the different command prompts. I'm so excited. It's great. I can't wait to see how deep the rabbit hole goes and where this journey takes us. I'm so looking forward to it. 100%. Metal fans are some of the nicest, kindest fans out there. I agree. Every time I have been to only a few metal shows in my life, but the vibes are always immaculate. Not sure Helly really is that different as an Innie and Audi. Both versions of her are doggedly determined. Innie Helly's chill is a badass chill, not a laid-back chill. So my theory is that Innies and Audis are the same on a fundamental level. Hence, orientation for Irving will be the same inside and outside, as that's a deep-seated, possibly entirely biological trait. And as you say, Mark is pretty much lovable drip both inside and outside. Yeah. This makes the show an interesting meditation on nature versus nurture. With the same fundamental principles, Audi Helly is an oppressor, and Innie Helly is a warrior for justice for the oppressed. Innies would need lots of memory from their very first day on the job, such as muscle memory. Sorry, I've been talking for a while. Such as muscle memory to do basic functions such as walk, talk, etc. Or else they need to be raised as newborn babies in adult bodies. So my assumption is the Severance chip affects certain temporal short-term memories so they don't remember each day after they leave Lumon, as well as entire parts of the brain to do with social memories, remembering people, relationships, culture, how society works on the outside beyond a child's idea. Hence, funny things such as Dylan thinking his Audi does muscle shows, or all of them being wowed by Rickon's book. Yeah, exactly. I got into a big tangent on that, I think, when I was like reacting to the episode. Like, you can get like so deep into all there's so much like nuance of like, you know, what carries over, what doesn't, again, the implications, like what, like it is how it all works. You can talk about it for hours, as we're literally doing right now. Put us on the back burner. Don't mean to interrupt, but my friend just texted me there's a video from today with the cast debunking fan theories. Could be something for you to react to. I like that. I'm a little bit nervous about reacting to any of the official clips or Apple. I mean, at the end of the day, if this doesn't get monetized, that's fine. We're here having fun. It's all well and good. I mean, you've all supported the reaction series more than well enough, and I've got people on Patreon. So if I lose the financial backing for this video, I guess my only concern is that I don't want my channel to get flagged with copyright. But if it's behind the scenes content, I might be able to get away with watching it. I might just try to watch it. Maybe I'll put like a filter on or something over it all. But yeah, I would like to put a pin in that. Once we get through the rest of the comments and we wrap things up, I would like to watch some of those videos. If you want to watch a show to watch, I highly recommend Counterpart. Oh, I forgot about this one. Might look into it. 2 seasons, similar feel to Severance. J.K. Simmons. I do love J.K. Simmons. Mark S.'s knuckles are bruised because he was sent to the break room. Yeah, but why? I saw the bruises and I was like, so did he did he get his knuckles wrapped? Did he punch the table? Like, it was never fully answered. Was it answered and I just missed it? Because I recall in this episode, like, when he came out of the break room, his knuckles were bruised and I was like, oh, what did he do? And someone was like, oh, he went to the break room. And I'm like, well, yeah, I know that, but like, do you think it was self-inflicted? Do you think they did that to him? Oh no, please, yeah, by all means, comments are open. I mean, I literally, this is I advertise this as a like open whatchamacallit, was a losing my train of thought. It's getting late. It's just a discussion and a Q&A and like let's just have a conversation. Was not answered why. I do that react on a separate video probably. Oh, I see yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I probably will though. I do like how whenever any new content comes out for like, yeah, I've had requests to do reactions to the behind the scenes and blooper reels for Interview with the Vampire, which I most likely will do, and then also well, this case in point. So I definitely would love to. I meant for like in its own short reaction video. Yeah, sure. All right, we should be on the last three here. Defiant Jazz. Hello, traveler. I love it. Oh, wrong button. Dude. Hello, travelers. Sorry for the... Hi. What are you doing? She does... Pause. Stop. No, stop spawning in the skip button. Hello, travelers. Pause. Thank you. Hi, traveler. Defiant Jazz. Small detail I love: when any Mark is confronted about Petey's map, he spitefully shreds it. When Outie Mark is confronted, he spitefully tears up a picture of Gemma. Indeed. Look at that. See? Similarities, indeed. I'm obsessed that I loved all these things about her equally, and the simple list is so reminiscent of the language from Miss Casey in the wellness sessions. Unless it's just a hint for the audience, does he have some vague memory of that experience of his innie, or is that how Gemma used to talk to this show? Truly made to be dissected. Very good point. I've thought so much about this too. Ultimately, I think it's a very subtle sign of love transcending severance. Mark's innie associates that phrasing with Miss Casey, and so that phrasing resurfaces in Mark's Outie's consciousness as he thinks about Gemma. But I also have a crazy tinfoil hat theory. It's really based off of another theory I read online. On the outside, Irving is or was Mark's therapist or grief counselor. Mark, I've heard this theory, and this could be a thing, but I don't know. Mark mentions that he stopped seeing the mustached man to his sister early in the season. Perhaps this phrasing, enjoying all of her qualities equally, was Irving's recommendation on how to frame his memories. I'm not sure what the therapeutic benefits of that would be, though. So that's why Mark says it in his scene. He's just applying his therapist's advice from a while back. And the reason Miss Casey would use that phrasing in her wellness session with Irving is because that's what Cabell would have scripted her to say. We know Cabell knows a lot about Mark's Outie, so perhaps she knows a lot about all of MDR's Outies. And perhaps she knows Irv does part-time grief counseling and likes to use that enjoy everything equally phrasing. And we know Cabell likes to use the wellness sessions to test the severance chip, constantly trying to monitor if Mark will recall Miss Casey. So perhaps she's trying to test Irv too by having Miss Casey use a phrase very familiar to his Outie to see if it triggers anything for his innie. No, exactly. It's a whole conversation right there. Yeah. But also, again, I do agree with the whole, I can very easily buy into the love transcends severance ideology, because we know that the emotions carry over between innies and outies as much as Lumon tries to suppress that. So the whole idea that, and that's the whole test, right, is that once we have the revelation of like who Gemma really is, or rather who Miss Casey really is, then there's the whole thing of, okay, well, that makes, like, it recontextualizes the entire season. And again, the human trials, the testing, and the stress tests, for lack of a better term, like Cabella's testing the human server that is Mark S, to see what pokes through, what comes through, and to see where the emotions stop and where the mind takes over, right? People really out here writing entire seasons worth of backstory. Oh, I love it. I love this stuff, but I agree. It's crazy. I'm very curious. People catch on a lot of things. It's why, like, again, the mark of a good show is that nobody has an answer. And I'm sure that a lot of these theories will still be blown out of the water, right? Because, like, but the show is done up in such a way where you could very easily go down these rabbit holes and theorize, and, you know, based on what the show is shown to be true actually in the narrative and actually come through, then it's a lot of these aren't a large stretch of the imagination. There aren't like a lot of large leaps in logic to then come to these conclusions either. But other people also chalk it up to just being a clue for the audience before the reveals. So it could be like, you know, overly romanticizing the narrative and the world building too, right? You could just be digging a hole, a deep hole for, you know, just almost like a fun fan fiction type of deal. But it could just very easily be like just a visual indication for the audience. But, you know, the show has proven to be a lot deeper than that in the past. Excuse me. One of my favorite things about this show is that one person wakes up to reality because they have a kid, one person wakes up to reality because they're in love, and neither of those people are the woman in the are the women in the department. Also, Ragabi saying you brought someone into the world without their permission to fulfill an emotional need. Like, that's what Mark's sister is doing with that baby. I mean, I don't know about that. I think that is genuinely the case for all humans ever born. Nobody has a baby for the baby's benefit. That's debatable. That doesn't even make sense since the baby doesn't even exist yet. It feels really strange to me the way Ragabi emphasizes the lack of consent to being born. I don't recall anyone giving me a choice whether I wanted to be born, lol, but I think she's right that Mark has a certain responsibility for his innie. That's a little bit different. I mean, I get the parallel they're trying to make here, but I think to claim that, like, nobody has a baby for the baby's benefit is that's kind of a wild statement right there. Like, I mean, yeah, some people, I agree, some people do have children because they're like, oh, it's the next logical step in this relationship, or sometimes, you know, knock on wood, doesn't happen. Well, it does happen, but sometimes people have a kid as like a band-aid for their relationship, which is not the way to go about doing it. But some people bring a kid into the world, you know, sure, to raise as their own, but also so that kid can live on and have their own experiences, and eventually it'd be for the child's benefit, because that's the whole point of, you know, of like procreation and, you know, passing on the family line and lineage and all that. I love playing the I'm a writer in this show now. Yeah. But I do think that's a bit of a wild statement to make, though, low-key. His wife couldn't have been Helly because they met on the outside in the pilot episode when he almost ran her over. That's true. That's a very good point. I think at one point I thought they might have been related, but yeah, very quickly, easily dispelled. Men pushing for women to get severed, but branding it as making childbirth easier is so suspicious to me, especially considering the fact that the spatially dictated thing is a lie, and innies can be activated with the flip of a switch. Unhappy with your wife? Just switch her over to complacent any model. I'm sure these rich, powerful pro-severance men would never actually get severed themselves. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Again, the senator for Stepford. Yeah, exactly. 100%. That's what we saw. Like the woman that Devin meets, who clearly had been severed during the hard part of childbirth and all that. But again, like men in positions of power and control, which men often want, and that's 100% what it could. Yeah, the real world applications, especially considering that, yeah, when we had the the bombshell, the mental bombshell of like, oh, they can be severed outside. Like, I didn't see that coming. That snuck up on me. That was crazy twist where I'm like, they can sever outside of the office. Like, that was wild to me. The way you would go about consent in this show is that you would ask yourself and analyze, right? Because literally, you ask yourself, could I do this? Would I be okay if I was just jailed, basically? Yeah, no, if given the choice, like, I would not get severance done, like, period, hands down. I mean, I would consider, it's funny, Interview with a Vampire, I would consider maybe being turned into a vampire, maybe at like a later stage of my life, like another like 20, 30 years or something like that. Not at my current age, but like, that's one thing. But to be like, oh, severance? Like, no, like, I think that, like, especially because I want to do this for work and take pride in it, and I enjoy doing this, like, even if I was unhappy, right? Even if I was working a cubicle 9-to-5 job, like, part of life and the experiences we have, it's the good and the bad. I made the comment earlier about, like, light cannot exist without darkness. The good cannot be appreciated without having to also experience the bad, in my not so humble opinion, I guess. But you need the good and the bad. Life is ebb and flow, and hardship is what helps us to better empathize with our common man or woman, or they, or what have you. But like, as much as it sucks, like, I think hardship is a part of life. Like, it's kind of I think it's like a low-key requirement to, like, build character. Not to say that, like, you should, like, inflict it upon others, or that, you know, oh, you need to suffer to really appreciate the value of life. But life inherently has suffering within it, and because of that experience and that lived experience, I think that's just kind of like part of what helped me to further appreciate the good parts of life. And when I have my good days, like, have a migraine. It makes me appreciate the days where I don't have a headache. You know, you lose a loved one, makes me appreciate the time that I spend with those that I do still have alive with me, that I do love. So that's just kind of, again, that's the that's the post therapy, post severe depression mindset speaking right there. That poor woman, her entire life spent in labor and childbirth, never gets to meet her kids. Oh my god, yeah, that's the other part of that coin. Oh my god, like, my baby, click, like, gone, done. You were created just to be used for a painful task or for like menial physical labor. It's, again, Black Mirror. It is so dark. I never saw the world. Like in Dylan's case, it's okay. He can still be okay, but Helly would not. It's extra messed up if Helly knew that she's not the kind of person to be okay with that, and she still went through with it because she doesn't have to feel it or see it. Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. That's the world of Severance, right? Yeah, Milchek, you broke the skin. Yeah, Milchek reacting the way that he does. He goes from being like alpha male, like to be like all power and authority, to like, yeah, when he gets hurt like that, he's like super aghast and like horrified and almost like childlike in a way. But I don't know. I still don't know if him or I don't think him or Cabell are severed because they act the same way outside of work as they do inside of work. But if you told me they had a chip implanted, I also wouldn't be surprised. The usage for pregnancy seems kind of an obvious possibility, but it really surprised me. It just really heightens the unethicalness of Severance. Yeah, exactly. The theory about the work on Lumon's severed floor being pointless other than experimenting on the employees is not uncommon, like what I think. And I used to think, I used to think that as well at some point in the past, but now I think that's not the case. Milchek was so beside himself about the missing card that he chose to wake up Dylan's innie in his home, which he must realize carries a big risk and is no doubt last resort option, and he demanded the card be returned, asked if somebody paid him to have it smuggled out. That does not sound like pointless to me. Also, there are conversations between Cabell and Milchek, or Cabell and the board, where they talk about whether the work will be completed on time, as you guys said before, the deadlines, right? Without any of the severed employees present. So it's not just pretending for their benefit. So it seems they're genuinely worried about the deadlines for whatever they do. I agree to a certain extent, but I still think that you could make an argument saying that the work can be pointless to an extent. There could be busy work there, but there could still be actually like work that is being done that is not like, you know, maybe there's like, I don't know, like how, I don't know about correlation, but I don't know. That I think the argument can be made either way. I'll leave it at that. You're so brave to read these comments. Yeah, for real. Again, control is a comparison. My tinfoil theory is that Cabell's actually trying to help the innies, especially Mark. Yeah, a lot of people are on that bandwagon. I was talking about that earlier a little bit. I wonder if a person was severed early in life and was switched off for any painful or difficult thing, would they have less empathy? I think so. I mean, that goes to what my conversation was earlier, where it's like, I think an important part of life is experiencing the good, the bad, and the ugly, and even the terrible. As terrible as those things may be, because it's as dark as it is, it's important too. I mean, I guess there's some stuff. It's kind of like if you were to get into if you were to open the can of worms that is AI and integration, right? I'm very much against the implementation of AI when it comes to art and how like we interact with each other as human beings. But writing an algorithm that makes an annoying part of your job a little bit easier, like collating, if you wrote an algorithm to collate data, if you were a coder, or if you were like at work and you're like, oh, I have to like file these in a very tedious way every morning, and it's a very arduous process, so I designed this system that will automate that part of my job for me, but I still have my job, and it just frees up time for me to actually get the more important work done. When applied ethically and responsibly, then yeah, sure, there's certain elements of life, that's what we do with, like, you know, food delivery apps, or with like streaming, you know, cut out the middleman. I don't want to go to the theater, I'll watch a movie at home. I don't want to go out to eat, I'll order in. There's elements of life that we can shortcut and take the lazy way out of, right? And they make our life easier, and, you know, for better or for worse. But I think that that's a very, it can get, it's a slippery slope, for lack of a better term. It's a slippery slope, because then you can get into, yeah, with Severance and all that. I'm sure there's surgery maybe, sure, but like end of the day, you're just offloading that work onto somebody else. And instead of being an AI program that's like been digitally manufactured, or like a job being given to a delivery driver or streaming service or something, instead you're creating a copy of yourself that would still feel that pain and go through the process. So there's still you, just not the original true you. So is that any more ethical, is the question? Like, I don't think so. That's where it gets tricky. Yo, it's deeper than you think. Try to enjoy all these connections equally. Oh boy. My poor throat. Oh, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, appreciate you coming in. Hope you get some rest. Who assigned Miss Casey to watch Helly after returning from her attempt? Selvig Cabell, of course, putting her in close proximity with Mark. Milchek did not seem to understand why or agree with this either, and Selvig Cabell wants it kept secret. Miss Casey's reaction of "I forgive you," finding Mark and Helly together in a moment, and Selvig Cabell watching closely and putting her computer to sleep before Grainer steps in and sees. Exactly. Selvig Cabell stole a candle that belonged to Gemma on the outside, which was what was in the room while Mark S. and Miss Casey had their wellness session. She's trying to prompt Mark's recognition. That is why Selvig Cabell is watching so closely at their wellness session. What did Mark S. make out of clay in the session? A tree, which is what it is said that Gemma crashed into while driving on an icy road. The moment in that break room hallway when Mark and Miss Casey pass each other, and Miss Casey looking down and he says, "I'm sorry." In episode 5, Selvig Cabell says, "The light of discovery shines truer upon a virgin meadow than a beaten path." She is insistent that Severance can be undone against the thoughts of most around her. Selvig Cabell is the key to very, very much. Indeed. But to what end? Does she have, like, good intentions or bad intentions? That's the question. If you remember what Petey said in the greenhouse, he found a department where they don't get to leave as they're down there right now. That's correct. They didn't tell the actors about the multicolored lights. Yeah, I heard about that. The Defiant Jazz was a big surprise for everybody involved. Blew my mind. The revealed twist messed me up properly. The company was obviously sus before, but now we know they're involved in some human trafficking. Yeah, I remember Petey talked about rumors of a floor where people don't get to leave. Yeah, I think we'll get our first look at that floor in season 2, and I'm very curious to see what that looks like. Does Gemma and Miss Casey get to leave? Exactly, no. Underrated. Regarding the card, Ragabi said it isn't traceable. Alright, the security card, which seems rather odd to me. Why would Grainer have a key card that isn't traceable? I assume that its use isn't logged. Why? Why would Lumon want that? Why would Lumon want their employees to have a card, a security clearance card, all access that it cannot be traced? Does Mark ever think he sees her? Why would Cabell ask that indeed? Yeah, if you go back, you'll see that Cabell's been trying to get Mark to talk about Gemma the whole season, but he always shuts down instead. The question Cabell desperately wants answered, and likely the whole reason she went to work for Devon at all. A bit sus about Lumon. I know, yes, big deal, groundbreaking even, specifically about middle management here. Cabell on the outside seems to be, aside from when she interrogates others about Lumon-related happenings, a completely different person. Yeah, could be an act, but if it was, wouldn't she make sure to come up with something more natural than, quote, "Usually you dispose of your waste in the afternoon"? Milchek sounds genuinely disturbed. I don't think the term fits for what I'm trying to convey. I guess he sounds like a child in shock when he says you broke skin. Not angry, not confused, scared. That makes little sense given what we know of Milchek so far, someone who never breaks character in front of these innies. Maybe that's him actually fearing for his well-being in that moment, but to me, it sounds like a naive child being confronted with something that is out of his control, outside the established rules for the first time. Just like Milchek isn't able to comprehend why a child would agree to count to 100 or so. Get bored, then look for his father. Yeah, the child agreed to do it. Why would he ever violate that agreement? Indeed. These are all good points. My point is, I think we'll come back to the Irving scene at Bert's retirement. "You are not severed" is a lie like so many others. I don't necessarily believe Cabell or Milchek themselves realize it's a lie. I mean, Cabell oversees the entire severed floor. She is, for all we know, a big deal. But she never even met the board or has any idea who they are. I mean, surely she would have to have met them at some point during public event, right? Why didn't she? Why didn't she just Google their identity on the outside? Lumon is a massive corporation. They can't keep that a secret, right? Unless, of course, they're different people on the outside. While I have to admit, with all we see of Cabell and her actions lining up, her being severed is a bit of a stretch. I wholeheartedly believe Milchek is. Yeah? I mean, I guess Milchek could be severed in the sense where... Because I saw him act the same way out of the severed floor, but with the knowledge that you can be severed outside of the severed floor, I guess I could see that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because he does act in a certain way, and he's like so... like I like that a lot. That's a good point to bring up, because Cabell is a bit of a different person outside than she is inside, or at least she acts a little bit differently, but Milchek's been the same through and through, so I could buy into Milchek being severed. I mean, the human mouth is really nasty. That's like getting bitten by a Komodo dragon. That's also very true. Yeah, all the the infections. And then we have...
Are hereby revoked.
Hereby revoked. Come on, take me back to the playlist. Hello,
please.
travelers. Sorry for the delay.
Oh my
Welcome
God,
back to
no,
more
get this doofus out of here. I don't want to listen to myself.
We only have 3 episodes. Hello, travelers. Sorry for the delay. Welcome back. A second. Where's the list? Okay, I don't know why I'm not just doing this right here. Okay, so we have what's for dinner and the we are. I didn't do the what's for dinner yet, did travelers. And oh my God. No, not yet. But the people were already warning me about the finale being a masterpiece. Watching people react to the waffle party is one of life's hidden gems. 107 hours long. Most of that has been these half-hour sessions. Plus, we know she as in Gemma Casey. Plus, we know she spent one full 8-hour shift at MDR. So, is at maximum 198 wellness sessions. But add in break room experience, we know she had travel, maybe induction and occasional management meetings. She probably has only done 100 to 150 wellness sessions over 2 years. Considering they are rare for staff, it tracks. Another point on Irving, I always loved how in his wellness session, she states, your Audi loves the sound of radar. Yep, the most weird and less interesting one of the session, and then his dog is called Radar on his name tag. I am so disappointed in myself for not catching that, but I do love the link right there. But yeah, see, I love the dedication of the fan base, literally doing like the math and the breakdowns, like trying to track to see how long like she's been down there, how long like she's been doing, how many wellness sessions she's been doing, how long she's actually active versus whatever she's been doing down there. It's a fun little cameo. Ben Stiller voices the little animated Egan when Helly completes her file. You've done it. I love you, Helly. Aw. It's great. It's crazy if those are real facts. Why would they give real facts? I think to like well, again, if it's all the human trials, maybe it's like a baseline, right? Trying to stabilize. If they think they're emotionally destabilized, then so like, because part of the whole process is to remind them that, oh, you are part of this, you and your Audi are part of the same person, and you should feel that way. You're separate, but also similar and connected. So perhaps it's like to stabilize them and ground them, and to like, I guess maybe it's like if you didn't know what your true life experience was and what the outside world was and your qualities and traits, to be given a wellness session where you get to learn more about yourself and learn the facts. Every time they learn a new fact about themselves, whether it's Dylan and his kids or Irving and his who he is on the outside or his dog or whatever, it's like these they're like these emotional things, right? So it's these it's almost like perks in a way. Like instead of being given a inner office reward, like a finger trap or an eraser or a waffle party, you're given like information about who you are as a person. So I think it's like a positive what's what I'm looking for here. It's a reward because you're I just lost the thought. it's helping to establish who they are. It's building your character, so they're becoming more of a person, and you're by learning more about who you really are on the outside. I would suppose that would make them feel more whole, right? Because the more you learn, you're like, oh, I learn more about who I am and what I do, and in doing so, I learn more about myself and the outside world. So that's my take on it, right? It's great. I think their main goal is productivity, whatever helps the employees calm. Yeah, exactly. So I didn't even read it. I'm exactly, yeah, and whatever helps the employees calm down and go back to work. It implies that there would be bleed over between the innies and outies, though. Otherwise, they could just make stuff up and it would all have the same effect. Well, you say that, but also, I mean, with the connections that they were testing in those wellness sessions, like prompting certain people, it could also be part of the tests of like what carries from the outie to innie in terms of like what is held on emotionally, or what carries through overall, what the bleed through is, right? So it could be also for like inner office, like human trials research purposes, but I think it's also to like satiate, and it's never anything too damning, right? It's not like, you know, Mark, your wife is actually, right? I'm your wife or whatever. It's more stuff where it's like, oh, you know, you enjoy this, your outie does this for people, you're a good person, you enjoy, it's always like things that are it's like nuanced things. It's stuff that's mostly harmless, which you're right, I suppose it could be things that aren't true and just random factoids, but I think there's stuff that's like benign enough, or maybe again with the severance procedure and the emotions, like, you know, whether it's love transcending or emotions still holding on, it could be something where it's like they feel an emotional connection and reaction to these things. It's like an amnesia patient being reminded that they're like a ballet dancer or like an artist, and or they enjoy these like pizza or walks on the beach because they really are true to like their outie character. Perhaps that makes it more effective. Like if it was just a random factoid, perhaps, you know, emotionally or scientifically for Lumon's case, it wouldn't hit the same, right? As opposed to like, here's an actual true fact about your outie, and because we revealed that to you, the membrane, that veil is like finally pierced just a little bit, where you're able to like connect to it. You're told a thing about yourself and you're like, okay, that's been told to me. My outie does actually do that, and that feels genuine because it is. It could be something like that, right? Good point. It could just be part of the test. Regarding Cabell, I'm testing something out. Very interesting, the level of effort they put into wellness, much to consider. No, exactly. I mean, you saw it. Like literally, what all the comments in here and what we're also discussing now is like the amount of effort Cabell puts into like specifically Mark's wellness sessions. Like she is genuinely conducting like tests and experiments, and like, again, whether it's for good or for bad, like for the sake of workplace productivity, they have to be good, right? Because you want to keep your employees in line. You want to emotionally regulate them. So I think it makes sense to have it all based in like emotional, like human matters of the heart and soul. All these things keep it grounded, and because they really are factoids and traits about these people, it's like affirmations. That's literally what they are. It's like when you lose sight of there have been a couple times when I was reviewing movies, I became disenfranchised momentarily because I'm like, man, am I really enjoying what I'm doing? All I'm doing is critiquing films. But then I take a step back and I have these affirmations where I'm like, no, deep breath. You love cinema. I do love cinema. You like talking about movies. I do like talking about movies. And you like, you know, comparing, contrasting, discussing, talking about the good, the bad, the ugly. You like to enjoy, you like to recognize, you like to compare and contrast. And then I'm like, you're right, me, I do. And it's like those affirmations you give yourself, you know. It's like writer's block, or like, you know, whether you're falling out of love with a hobby or an interest, you kind of have to remind yourself like what about those things you love to begin with, and then you can like rekindle that spark or that passion. You know, I have experienced burnout in my life before, and then I kind of just like, you know, I'll be like, oh, do I really enjoy streaming? Am I too tired for it? Even like doing like this, and I'm like, just do it, movie man, do it, Austin, and you'll be reminded very quickly that you do love it. And then I go live and I pop into this, and then I'm like full, you know, I'm fire on all cylinders, and I stream a game and immediately I come to life again, and I realize that I love these things. So I think you just chalk it all up to affirmations, right? Like self-affirmations, but given to you in the most corporate, monotonous, sterile way possible. But they have to engage in that, right? It can't. That's the whole point. If Lumen had their way, it would only be the science of it. It would be brain chemistry, ones and zeros. We flick a switch and done. But because the human brain is so complex and there's the emotions to consider, and if you subscribe to it, the soul, the idea of the soul, because there's so much nuance and gray area involved in this process, they are forced to engage in the emotional aspects of the entire process. And they have to like balance that, contend with it. And as the show shows you, as we see their experiences and all that, it is the biggest hurdle for Lumen to get over. Lumen just wants to lobotomize the innies if they could and just have them be like functioning workers. I mean, like on a practical level, but also if they want to have real world, but instead they can't do that because they want this to have real world applications, a la the senator's wife having the pregnancy and not being too affected. So they want it to be able to have real world applications, and because of those, like because of what they want it ultimately to accomplish, they have to consider the real world applications of the emotional aspect of it all. Man, I'm yapping. I just realized just yapping hours. It's just speculation. It might not be anything even foreshadowing, but if you recall in the pilot, Mark's sister asks him about the therapist used to be. Yeah, exactly. This brought up again, which lends more credence to the Irving was Mark's grief counselor theory. The therapist he used to visit when he that has a weird mustache, and in Irving's wellness session, Casey says that he's a friend of the insane. So it's implied, or at least hinted at, that Audi, Mark, and Irving might actually know each other, and the severance procedure might have been suggested by Audi Irving, and Irving's relationship with Lumen might be deeper than just surface level employment. Well, when we see him open the chest in the paperwork at the end of season 1, I mean, it's shown that, like, for one reason or another, whatever his reasoning may be, which is not 100% defined yet, Audi Irving has been, like, trying to dig up information on Lumen and Severance, and literally has been successfully getting employee names and information and literally tracking some of them down by the address. Hence why he already had, like, Audi Irving already had Audi Bert's address. Along those lines, how much do you think the newspaper and the trailer is fabricated? It's funny, when I reacted to it, I didn't even consider the fabrication as an element to it, and not criticize Lumen. When people pointed out to me, I 100% believe that it is a fabrication, because that image of them in the car just does not track. It makes no sense, like, logically speaking. So I think that it would be, the only reason it would be even remotely like true or accurate is the outburst that Innie Helly had during the gala, because all the other situations are all, like, contained. I mean, they're semi-public, but easily buryable, a la Devin's Rickon's book reading party, Irving showing up at Bert's house. We don't know how that's going to end either. A lot of up in the air questions, but the only one that would, like, need any type of, like, public image optics retweaking would be the gala, based on the fact that there's, like, there's company men and women there for sure, but there's outside investors, there's politicians. But the thing is, they're all bought into Lumen, so I don't think they would need that much convincing. They could write it off as a joke, as a fluke. I mean, there might be some, I think it could go one of two ways. Either there's a little bit of leakage and Lumen very easily can cover it up and move forward from there and not have to worry about it because they're a conglomerate, they're a mega corporation, or they didn't have to really cover up anything, but perhaps to almost to embolden the innies. Maybe they're just trying to twist the narrative to their advantage. They're saying, hey, what you did normally would have been like a big monkey wrench in the operation, but you guys had an impact out there, what you did, so hey, you know what, you're the face of Severance reform, maybe we can work together now, we can figure out a way forward, trying to find a corporate way to, like, salvage the project, right? Like, I could see that being a possibility. But when it was pointed out to me that the newspaper could easily be faked, which it didn't even occur to me for some silly reason, I think the newspaper is 100% fake. I think there's a chance maybe there's an optics issue, like a PR situation that might need to be cleaned up that would, tie into a Severance reform plot line. But I also believe that perhaps nothing came of it, and that they're just they're letting the innies think they did something in order to either increase workplace productivity, or more likely continue with tests and see how they progress, or try to convince them to still work with them, but in a more positive way going forward, perhaps. But hard to say. Also, Audi Irv is not sleeping, so his innie keeps sleeping and his dreams bleed through. Yeah, exactly. He keeps falling asleep at work. Remember what PD said episode 1, and nothing down there is what they say. Don't worry, guys, you fixed it. Rebellion over. Yeah, exactly. Perfect way. It's, oh, what you did worked. Yeah, it's all good. Now you fixed the problem. You're the face of Severance reform. You made a difference. Back to business as usual. But don't worry, we're different now. Anyway, pizza party? Exactly. By all angles, Audi Irv is on his innie's side. Yeah, exactly. He must have a reason to go to work in the first place. Yeah, I think that Audi Irv was trying to make himself a plant to try to get whatever inside track he could, get information. But all that being said, out of all the people waking up that I'm most curious about, aside from, obviously Mark at the party and the conversation that he's going to have with Devin, I'm immensely curious to see what's going to happen between Audi, Bert, and Audi Irving. Because, Audi Irving, as he's pounding on the door, we know that Bert's home with his partner. There's gonna be a conversation there. So I'm dying to see that scene. Maybe he just doesn't want to kill any Irv. What, you mean himself? You mean Audi Irv doesn't want to kill any Irv? Is that what you mean? Fun foreshadowing. What muscles does Dylan use to... Oh my god. What muscles does Dylan use to hold those switches on? Delts and lats. He speculated about muscle shows, but it's because he's a dad. I just realized that's a very good point. I love that little detail there, because he's a father and is used to holding kids and all that. He uses those muscles to hold the switches. Fun fact, the dog that plays Irving's dog is also Mondale from Succession. I forgot about that. Love to see my boy outside of Mon jail for once. Love it. Same dog. Movie dogs. Oh, by quitting, you mean. I see what you mean. When he realized what he had done. He must have a reason to bring any Irving in the world, though. One of the implications of Irving painting the testing floor elevator is that the light is on, so the view would not be from someone sent to the testing floor, since they wouldn't see the light on, but from someone watching another person being sent down, like Milchek's POV. So my theory is Irving either saw something he wasn't supposed to see, or was in Milchek's position at some point. Ooh, spicy. The animated Kier message after finishing all their files would be the only time the innies are ever told I love you. Oh no. Hello darkness, my old friend. Also, Dan Erickson and Ben Stiller clarified the Waffle Party is not just a dance performance. There is sex afterwards that Dylan skipped out on. Yikes. Any Irv wouldn't be there to protect if Audi didn't decide to go to work. Oh, I see what you mean. I think Gemma may have worked for Lumon too. I recall Mark's sister saying to him that Gemma would be proud of him for taking the job. At the moment, I thought she means as in him going back to work, starting a new job as a way to move on with his life without her. But now I think Gemma may have been a Lumon employee, maybe even a proud one. Maybe she died at the job. Maybe she was activated while driving and died in an accident. Ooh. Maybe she had a head injury that only her innie survived. Ooh, the possibilities are endless. That's a very good point. Speculation. Did Gemma work for the same company? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know about that theory holding too much water. The dialogue holds up that theory a little bit, but then I think there'd be more conversation about the nature of the position. Well, I guess maybe if she only worked for Lumon, period. But who's to say she was severed as well? Because then, he would... No, I think he would have known, and there would have been more. He would have had more insight into the position, and I think there would have been more people like Devin and other characters, even like Rickon, would have been making more comparisons and drawing more comparisons between him and Gemma's experience at Lumon. I think there would have been more relations there. Still haunted by the implications of the waffle party. The idea that some outies are basically having their bodies sex trafficked without their knowledge, or perhaps more terrifyingly, they are like Miss Casey or the pregnant woman who are only conscious when they are needed for their role and are not allowed any existence outside of it. I guess they could also just be unsevered employees, but I feel like at Lumon it would be the darker options. I agree with that. Very dark implications with the waffle party. Dude, imagine your existence is only just to like just to be like a physical pleasure palace or something like that. That's super dark. Just like flip you on. Okay, here I go dance now. Okay, I do the sex. Okay, flip off. Like, especially if that's like what work does my innie do? Oh, you know, it's all important and mysterious. Like, oh God, why do I feel drained and violated every day? Like. There was a story early on in the season about a Lumon employee who was severed and became pregnant at work. Exactly. I wonder if she was one of the waffle party dancers, or maybe even the waffle party participant. You tell me they don't have Lumon branded prophylactics? I refuse to believe there aren't Lumon branded condoms in the workplace, or at least in that during the waffle party. Come on. Unless they're trying to do even darker experiments and collect people. Oh, that's getting to some like bad territory. Dude, waffle party and then somehow collect the seed, and let's not think about that. Barf, yeah, for real. They said Gemma was a professor of Russian literature. Okay, so see, that means all the comments aren't always right. So yeah, was she a professor at Lumon? No, I don't think Gemma worked for Lumon. And taught at the same college where Mark was a history professor, which is probably how they met, wasn't it? Yeah, so I think that exactly, that's a theory that I think is easily poked in. I mean, they could always try to write something in, but I'm pretty sure that's no. Let's see, your face that I knew you could do it. Heliar, yeah. The episode where MDR breaks into the control room for severed workers. H. Cabell is one of the names on the wall with a red light on, so Harmony is definitely severed in some way, unless there's another Cabell with the first name starting with H. Yeah. Yeah, or it could just be like she's in there in the system. I guess. I mean, she's on the board, but we haven't seen her be severed. So until I see her be severed on screen, I'm gonna still be skeptical. His real life bleeding through. I mean, yeah, that part is kind of crazy. Personally, though, I was more taken aback at the reverse. Audi Irving is literally painting the testing floor elevator. That shouldn't be possible. Yeah, exactly. We need the finale ASAP. Okay, it's coming. Maybe love transcends severance. Very good point. Another theory, Mark's wife wasn't killed. She's in a coma after the accident. Perhaps she was severed before? No, but again, I don't see it. That doesn't quite line up. Maybe it was possible to sever her after the coma to allow a part of her brain that wasn't damaged to become her innie. I mean, that's possible, but again, tinfoil hat theory, a little bit far-fetched. Yeah, Professor at Lumon University. If your life is only your purpose, it probably makes you question, am I a person in the first... Oh, don't even get me started on that. Oh boy. Dude, you get into some dangerous territory. It's kind of like if you were to either read the book or watch the movie. Well, the movie adaptation is by Charlie Kaufman, which is I'm Thinking of Ending Things, but there's a conversation had in the books where it's if you want to get into a nihilistic worldview and like mental temperament, like a mental headspace, a bad one, a nihilistic one, you think, what am I if only a collection of things I enjoy? And it's not true. Flat out, you can easily dispel it and get more into matters of like the heart and soul and what life experiences are. But in darker moments, yeah, you could easily look at it and be like, is my existence just what I do and what I like? And am I just a collection of hobbies and traits? Is that all that I am? But that's more of a nihilistic, depressive headspace, I think. And that way I can leave if I'm uncomfortable or afraid. Some great writing. It's passed off as a joke line, but the innies are always uncomfortable and afraid, but they never get to leave. Not a spoiler, just expanding on the implications here. It would be so easy for Lumon to off an employee, coax the Audi to drive somewhere, tell them they're needed at an emergency meeting at headquarters, or there's an employee party at Pips or anything like that, and make sure the route is somewhat dangerous, like it includes highway driving at high speeds, curving mountain roads. Then someone follows them on their route. Then, when the Audi is driving in the dangerous area, the person following calls another employee at the Lumon Control Center to flip the switch. Suddenly, the Audi becomes their innie and they are driving 70 miles per hour, or they're driving towards the edge of a mountainside and they have no time, no ability, no wherewithal to react. They crash. Then, the person in the control center flips them back to their Audi. The person following can be the first person to report the crash to a Lumon corrupted officer. That is also a possibility. I mean, they can definitely, we know they're capable of nefarious things, and it's been like, you know, there's dark implications for what the technology and what the company does, but I'm sure there's, I'm positive there's like malpractice, or there's just like dark deeds being done. Like, I'm almost certain of it. Like, this company has blood on their hands for sure. I am a collection of TV show references and memes. Same. I feel that, dude. I 100% feel that. I am a collection of just all this. Like, I can't tell you the history of the U.S. I can't get into. You know, I failed pre-calculus in high school. I'm not great at, like, you know, geography or you know, the important math subjects, but I can talk about the moral implications of the science fiction world that is Severance. I can speculate and predict potentially accurately narrative and story beats in TV shows and movies. One thing to point out, Irving was drinking coffee at night, listening to loud music and painting. At work, he is sleepy and tired. I think he has been keeping himself awake on purpose. I think he's actively, yeah, that's what you said in the comments. I think he's actively trying to trigger something. One of my theories is that Bert and Irving already met many times. I think they are not new acquaintances. Ooh. I think they may have found each other and fall in love each time. Maybe in their case, love has transcended Severance, unlike Mark and Miss Casey. Or not unlike Mark and Miss Casey. That could possibly track, because there's one quick scene in the trailer for season 2 that we see, which is Bert in like like Audi Bert. I think he's Audi Bert in like a dark, like, interior home setting, and he has a very solemn, serious look on his face, and could be having a conversation with Irving in that scene, if anything. Ugh. And then, yeah, people's guesses on the code words. Beehive activates all innies, sends them home to the queen. Worker queen vibes, in my opinion. Branch transfer. Maybe each innie has different branch expertise unlocked, and they can unlock each one to move them when another branch needs it, like feeding goats. Clean slate is a reformat. Elephant makes me think memory, so maybe they give them a fake memory. Freeze frame, freeze them in place. Glass cow. Induced coma, sleep state for long storage, the Glasgow coma scale. Goldfish, erase the last few minutes of memory in case of emergency. Lullaby, put them to sleep but not freeze them. Open house, maybe a mode where they have investors visit, so the innies have to have a certain behavior. Again, all great theories. I like your takes. I think a couple might be different though, so keen to hear your thoughts. For Elephant, maybe this is something to do with recovering previously deleted memories, or memories that were always severed, and putting them back into an innie's consciousness. Like the expression goes, an elephant never forgets. I definitely think this code might be related to long-term memories in some way. It could even be erasing longer-term memories rather than recovering them. For Glasgow, I'm unsure. An induced coma is too similar to lullaby, perhaps, since putting them to sleep with lullaby would be indefinite until stopped. I was born and still live in Scotland's biggest city, Glasgow, so I get distracted each time I try to think of what it means, lol. I don't have an alternative suggestion, but just think coma is too similar to lullaby. Clean slate, I think, is more of a hard reset with clearing history and cache, so to speak, rather than formatting. The innies always seem to start in the same state, since they all answer the 5 questions in the same way. Maybe clean slate is used to wipe the entire memory and identity of an innie and resetting them back to first day freshness, or first day freshness plus keeping certain lessons.
I think this state may have been used on Irving at least once, but likely meant several times. It seems odd that Bert, who's worked there for 7+ years, and Irv, who's also worked there for several years, hadn't met at all until the events of the show. They clearly have a deep connection, so perhaps they have already bonded and got close before, meaning they had to be reset as the management tries to control. Irv's Audi also having a clear visual image of the testing room lift, even though his current innie has no reason to have seen it before. Yeah, it all tracks. My guess is that clean slate can reset an innie, but given Bert's Audi having visions of the lift, while his innie retains an instant bond immediately after re-meeting Bert, it might not be as effective as they believe. This could mean that if they are to attempt a clean slate on our group from the first season, they may in fact still retain some subconscious connections to the rest of the group. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking. I can see that. Good theories. I'm not sure if any of the other MDR innies have gone down the testing floor besides Irving. He has been there the longest. Maybe they had to reset him. Yeah, exactly. The resets. Oh my god, the implications. Oh, look at that. Already the video essays are popping up. Analyzing Miss Cabell and theories. Severance is a masterpiece. Love it, love it, love it. Spoilers ahead, but I'm assuming you've already watched the finale. The best theory going that I've seen about why Irving keeps painting the testing room is that he used to be a manager. So, think Cabell's job. Possibly. And he did something bad, and the company placed him on a severed floor with a chip as punishment. And with that chip, they wiped his previous memories of his work at Lumon. Think clean slate. The reason he's painting the testing floor elevator hole in his Audi world is the same reason he sees paint in his innie world. He keeps dreaming about it. And that's also why he has a list of employees and their addresses. I'm curious to see if you pick up on a duplicate scene in the finale that you've already seen. Interesting. Clean slate equals third of a person. One more split with respect to a new... Ooh, tinfoil hat theory. I like that we all have the abbreviation. Like, this is my idea. Tinfoil. Like, just a clarification. Interesting. Like a... It's like Moon Knight right now. Like a drive partition. Can you imagine? Oh my god, split it into thirds. Jesus. How many personalities are packed in one? It's like the movie Split. It wasn't until I watched your episode 2 reaction that I realized the Waffle Party dance is some sort of interpretation of the painting outside wellness that Bert and Irving were admiring at their first meeting. I wonder how familiar the creators of this show are with Mormonism. Keir Egan and the cult built around him give off a real Joseph Smith vibe. Yeah, no shit. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Yeah, I hear you. I know they use the term part-time, but I believe it's more per diem. They only call her when someone needs wellness. Wellness, like the break room, is not an everyday used facility. So, when someone is awarded or recommended a wellness session, they would wake Miss Casey up whenever they are keeping her actual body host, I don't know, send her to do those sessions, then send her back to sleep. I think my big theory on Miss Casey is maybe the car accident did happen and maybe a body wasn't recovered, like a fire, etc., but she was assumed dead. Lumon stole her unconscious or comatose body and experimented with her since she was assumed dead and no one to look for. Yeah, there's definitely like coma theories out there for sure. My personal meta theory, I don't know if this is a common one, but I think they're setting up for Gemma to have a violent moment later. Miss Casey is so icy and reserved, and Mark said of Gemma, quote, I think she'd just be pissed that she's dead. So I think they're setting her up to maybe reintegrate, or her Audi wakes up and is violently angry about being dead. I'm the first person to say the board's voice sounds like Mark. I don't have enough voice to know for sure, but to me, it sounded like Mr. Right is Rain to me. Miss Casey did say your Audi loves the sound of radar. Very true. By the way, those chips are real tiny. Can they actually store a whole person's worth of data, or are the memories actually still in the brains and the chip just controls access? That's a good point. I mean, maybe there's like Keir can, well, not Keir, Jamie, the current Egan confirmed that like they've done different prototypes, and technically, I mean, you look at the phone, right? The amount of nonsense you can store in this device, and flash drives, hard drives, computer parts get smaller and smaller and smaller. I think theoretically it's possible to store a quote whole person's worth, whatever they would deem that to be if they're talking about body swapping. But I mean, that'd just be like the brain. It'd just be like downloading it's like building an AI in a way. I know I talked about it earlier, but if you build a whole AI and cultivate it, and it develops its own personality and as its own person capable of responding to and engaging with conversation based on an algorithm you developed, I mean, that's, in a manner of speaking, in a Detroit Become Human, if you believe androids could become sentient someday type of way, not saying I do or don't, I'm just saying for the sake of argument, then technically you could have a whole person on a chip. Technically, like, we're just a bunch of ones and zeros, a bunch of information and data and emotions and reactions condensed into one. Take a sample of this person over a span of however long their company tenure is, and then just eject the USB and port that saved data over to your new console, so to speak. Are the chips storing anything? I thought it's like separating memories. The second part I buy more. Well, as far as what they tell the public, the chips are an implant you put in there, and then it like splits you in two, basically mentally. So well, I shouldn't say splits. It splits in that it creates a copy of you. It creates a copy of you, so in your brain you have like a new perspective, like a new save file. Basically, it creates a new save file in your brain that's separate from the rest of it, but retains some of it. But technically, since PD was reintegrated, it's possible to still like have two. It's possible that there's two separate versions of you that can coexist. It's just a little bit too much for the brain to handle. Hence, the chip basically being an inhibitor for that. So, I don't know if it's like. I assume it's like software, or maybe they isolated a certain part of the brain that like a radio. I assume it's radio waves or magnetic frequency. Like a radio wave can inhibit or push aside or dispel maybe. But I'd assume that there's data and software on the chip, but can it store? I would assume it has to, right? Like I just use the metaphor of a save file, but that's essentially what it is. You would put the chip in, and it's like a memory card. You're basically like creating a new save file on your game, but it retains some stuff. But it's kind of just making a new a Xerox of yourself in there that can be integrated with a certain amount of the brain, but it can't have too much brain. Interesting. I think theoretically you could still copy somebody onto one of those things, technically. Like if Lumon could nail the science on that, right? Interesting. I'd be curious if we get a comprehensive breakdown on that in the future. Speaking of voice sounding like Mark's, did you notice whose voice was in the recording that PD played for Mark? Yeah, well, Mark's voice in the recording. Yeah, no, that's true. Perhaps Mark's been reset before. Wouldn't be surprised. I've seen others point out that Irving's painting includes the Red Room. Yeah, we've already talked about that. I wonder if the dancers are severed. Yikes. Right, we talked about that. I've always thought that Gemma is slightly off, so I think maybe she's been severed not once but 2 times. That would explain why she feels so robotic at times. Possibly. Or if she's just being kept in cold storage only for wellness sessions, then she'd be even less socially acclimated than the rest of the innies, so. The completion monitor scene with Keir Egan reminds me so much of Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley. Yeah, 100%. I also thought the board sounds like Mark. Maybe they cloned him. The body swapping, the copies. Essentially, it's making, again, that save file, that new save file. Saved by cheesy. All right, anyway, now we finally get to the last one, so. We have our last few comments to read, and then we'll have a closing conversation, and then I've already done the trailer breakdown, honestly, and then obviously
Hello,
floor is
travelers.
open for any
Welcome back to
potential Q&A if anybody has just any questions in general. So this is the finale of the We Are. I think it's mostly people talking about how much they love the finale, which I agree with. I think it's one of those cases of perfect television episodes, personally. Amazing episode structure. What a journey. You love it more on rewatch. One of my Irving theories is that he used to be the psychologist one. Right. And then his clients started getting severance instead of dealing with their psychological issues, so he decided to investigate by getting severed too. That would make sense from a narrative perspective. I like that narrative progression there. Might explain how Audi Irving has so much info about severed employees already. Perhaps this is also the reason Miss Casey uses lists of good things about her patient's Audi. Your Audi likes swimming, etc., because it is a way for Cabell to test if Irving remembers his Audi's life. It could also explain why Mark uses the same list making when recalling the good things about his wife, Gemma Miss Casey, at the end of episode 7, because he learned it from outside Irving in a psych session. A lot of people are kind of subscribing to that theory, and I think it definitely holds water, like I said before. I just miss Petey. For real, I thought he was going to be a bigger player. Maybe we'll get some flashbacks, and I don't know. Hey, here's an idea. If we thought that Gemma was dead, but she's actually being held in... brain blast right here. If they covered up Gemma's death, and she's actually there on the severed floor being used, Dude, are you kidding me? If Petey, the first ever person to be successfully unsevered and reintegrated, and he dead or not dead, or maybe like the news said he was dead, there was a funeral and all that, we had the same exact thing for Gemma. I bet you dollars to donuts, and I don't know why this just occurred to me now, I think 100% the same thing's going to happen to Petey that happened to Gemma. They got his ass back in there. He is invaluable. He's very valuable company property. He's the first. The thing the board and the company claimed was not possible was proven otherwise. They can't find Ragabi, but they got Petey's chip out of him. Well, no, he's dead. He was in a casket. Wasn't he? And she did drill into his skull. I feel like a silly little goober right now. Nah, I'm a silly banana. Nah, he's dead, I get. Well, I mean, yeah, because they drilled into him and got it out of him, yanked it out of him. I guess he's deceased. Invaluable is correct. Thank you. If Mark unsevers, he's going to miss Petey too. Oh no. If the child is in fact severed. Yeah, well, I thought they would, I had a tinfoil hat theory cooking up right there, but I just realized that literally Cabell desecrated Petey's corpse in order to retrieve company property, so comment rescinded. TV Guide called this finale the best episode of television in 2022. Oh yeah, for real. Man, it really has been 3 years, hasn't it? Oh no. That finale, though. The elevator Dean combined with Adam Scott's brilliant change of facial expression gave me goosebumps. Oh, I got teared up. You guys saw me. What an intense finale. Also, I think the reason Irvin was able to drive is because at some point driving is muscle memory. Oh, rather than a conscious effort. I could see that. I can finally comment about your numbers theory. I think you're right, and you're doing something to help refine, and they're doing something to help refine their own memories. Cleaning up the eels on their own mental ocean floor. Anything that has an emotion attached gets yeeted. Yeah, I love the verbiage. This is how they remove memories and maintain their own severance. It's why the work is actually important. Why Cabell was sweating about meeting quota. If they stop refining, they start recalling. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's what my current. That is what my like. In my canon, that's what my headspace is. That's my tinfoil hat theory that I think holds a substantial amount of water. I think it only works if you're refining your own data because only you can feel the associated emotions. But maybe they are trying to train an AI or something, so the NE's participation is no longer required. Not sure about the long-term plan. I think the other departments might be testing other methods of identifying memories. Photo cards instead of numbers, or even pick the baby goat that makes you feel whoa. maybe. Mind blown. Yeah, that's literally where my headspace was at. And it's amazing what a serendipitous coincidence that this guy in a comment that I'm just reading now literally brings up the ideology of training and the idea of training an AI right after we just had that conversation about it. Coincidence? I think not. Lexington letter, yeah, 100%. My guess is the revolving. What Egan referred to. The revolving is what makes the CEO immortal and turns them into a board member. Oh yeah, that's a theory too. Is that the board could just be like the immortalized CEOs, that the bodies no longer exist, but their like consciousness is. So all the Kiers live on, or maybe like, I mean, if it is part of like their eventual revolving, they eventually are uploaded to the cloud, basically. I do love that idea. Oh, never mind. The showrunners have said that no one has guessed correctly what the revolving is. Well, out the door, out the window. Yeah, I do want to see these videos where it's like the showrunners actually dispel fan theories. About Irving's driving. Oh yeah, the same thing about muscle memory and what is retained. Regarding special outfit, your Audi knows how to sail a sailboat. Special outfit. Oh yeah, because he was in the Navy. There you go. Blue and green is a recurring theme. The two departments fighting in the painting have blue and green access cards. Theory. Some people in the outside world have permanently severed themselves. Interesting. These are people who were wanted to unalive themselves, or were severely depressed and unhappy with their lives and wanted a second chance at life, or a clean slate. Ha. If it's used for childbirth, why wouldn't it be used for unaliving prevention? A permanent severance would be like unaliving without actually dying. That's a good point. My theory is also that some or all of Rickon's friends are permanently severed, hence why they act so childish, and hence why they're so drawn to Rickon's literature, just like the Lumon innies. It also explains why Rebecca has a scab or something on the back of her head. Ooh, spicy. Comments? Great theories, interesting. That is actually insanely interesting, that people have already permanently severed themselves in that world. That does explain it, because I thought it was just played for comedy, or for just people being weird, affluent, well-to-do, rich weird people. But permanent severance. I would rather be immortal the vampire way instead of the chip way. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier. 100%. 100%. Even with all the pitfalls that come in, I do not want to be black mirrored and uploaded into some AI core, or into something where it's like I exist, but I no longer have a body. I am only thoughts in existence in perpetuity forever. Vampires at least can sleep, can rest, they can feel passion, love, experience stuff. You lose a lot of senses, but you gain a lot too. So if I had to choose between the two, 100% I'm going vamp, all the way. At least in the Anne Rice universe. This finale does a great job of answering enough questions to feel satisfying, but leaving plenty unanswered to ponder for Season 2. Some questions I hope to see in Season 2 are, what do they actually do in MDR? There's a theory that they are refining severance chips, and that's why the numbers are sorted into 4 emotions. The 4 tempers: woe, frolic, dread, and malice. But there's some that also give happiness too, I thought. What else is on the testing floor, and is it connected to Petey's drawings that says some people might live here? There's a theory Lumon are trying to build an internal network of part-time innies that never leave. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that definitely exists. I'm pretty on board with that. Let's see. I share your theory that Irving's Audi is trying to do some sort of research, or maybe even espionage. I think that somehow he's found out about the testing floor and is trying to get his innie to find it and go down there so he can get answers. He stays up late painting it over and over in hopes that his innie will fall asleep at work and dream about it. Which is kind of working. I don't really have any theories about Miss Cabell, but I do think people who say the hospital bracelet is significant are most likely right. And I think she definitely seems really invested in whether Mark and Miss Casey can actually recognize each other. She's such an interesting character, and her relationships with Milchick and Grainer are really compelling to me for different reasons. I hope on your rewatch you might learn to love to hate her, or hate to love her. I do love her as a character. I love characters that are like her or written like her. They make for intriguing, interesting ones. Instead of simply hating her, I don't hate her. She just provoked these intense emotions from me, which means the actor was doing their job properly. one of the best cliffhangers ever. We've been waiting a long time for season 2. Could you imagine if this procedure was real? If your spouse talked you into having one, it would be like having an android that you could do anything to, and then flip the switch to bring them back, and then never know what happened. Sci-fi storytelling at its best reminds me of slavery. Someone could abuse you in any way they wanted, and you never know. Well, I think with slavery they did know, but all right. Scary. My anxiety level watching this episode is off the charts. Great video. I rarely comment on videos. Oh, that was a sweet one. I feel bad for not responding to some of these. I really need to get. I need to go back through and write up some more personal, heartfelt responses because these are like really sweet. Episode had me sweating. I'm not surprised that Bert would be able to drive if it's a skill, part of his pursuit. Oh, you mean Irving? The innies are not like newborns. See, now that's conflicting. See how even the fan base conflicts with each other. The innies are not like newborns. They retain most of their real life skill set. I mean, yes and no. Like we've talked about this. Love the reactions. I was the dude who was impressed when you mentioned the Comstock resemblance back in the first episode. Nah, now it feels right to mention all the other Bioshock parallels. Please do. Helly's the daughter in a ruling, dogmatic cult who is somehow trapped with no hope of escape, but used at the same time as a sacrificial lamb to promote the cult's ideals, just like Elizabeth is the lamb in her tower, kept under guard, and used as a public propaganda piece to keep Columbia in check. 100%, yeah. They said they had inspiration from Bioshock, or Infinite particularly. Ultimately, Helly and Elizabeth both become disillusioned when they meet a dude who has two different versions of himself, one of those versions being, for both Booker and Mark, an alcoholic tormented by regret over losing someone close to him in their past. In the end, both Helly and Elizabeth rebel and try to put a stop to the horrific stuff their families have set up, attempting to burn down the cults they were born into. That and the control parallels you picked up on honestly made me think the writers took many heavy inspirations from video game stories, which is great, which I agree, because those are like the stories in Control and Bioshock Infinite are phenomenal stories, so great influence to take from, honestly. But though I love those, yeah, that's 100%. Those are very heavy. You know, you could say it's a reach. I don't think so, but I think there's some like solid comparisons and parallels to the game. The finale blew me away. Let's see. I'm so glad they gave us at least something to hold on to without revealing too much info. I'm pretty sure Devin knows what Mark meant by she's alive. I mean, he was holding the photo. Yeah. Irving theory. I think that Irving might have early onset dementia, and maybe Severance works like a treatment to stop or slow down the process of dementia. Really, the only evidence I have to think that is that he had the word dad written on the back of the picture of his dad, which makes sense if he, well, yes, but also some people just like, they just, you know, on photos, sometimes people would write like who's on the photo on the back of the photo. So I don't know, but that's a decent little reach. Thank you. Few thoughts, very few are mine originally. Okay, oh wow. Someone has speculated the waffle party's an orgy, essentially a sexual reward for a good job done. The tempers, as Milchek calls them when he's cutting through the bound door, are referenced as Egan concepts, and the dancers are prepared to throw down based on the workers' preferences. The main reason it took so long to get out the second season was the writer's strike. That's also, yeah, there you go. I actually do feel there's some kind of familial, I mean, that also contributed to part of it. Some type of familial connection between Cabell and Mark. She seems to have some kind of investment in him, watching him and his family living next door. Is it personal stake or is it like a corporate thing because she's worried about like getting results for the company though? And I wonder about the idea of soul's essence being stored in other bodies. What we discussed earlier, body swapping. The goats come to mind, but who knows if there's a connection? Ooh, it's like when we try to clone and we were cloning with sheep. Perhaps the goats could be like trying it out on a small scale, like trying to put one goat's mind inside of another goat's body or something like that. Yeah, there could be. Human, working your way up between like human experience, like animal trials, and then eventually whatever's deemed safe enough for human trials. I like that because I'm sure I never even thought about that. I'm sure they experimented on goats or other animals down there at some point. Maybe Cabell is related to Gemma instead of Mark. Also possible. Also very possible. Speaking of which, Cabell has more to her story, obviously, clearly. Was Lumon somehow responsible for her death? Is her essence still somehow in play in the modern timeline, or is Cabell there for revenge purposes? Maybe. I did all my Cabell speculation earlier. I have the obvious answers for Cabell, and I have my tinfoil hat theory about the that was inspired by chat, by you guys in the comments about body swapping, possibly. Irving being a veteran, maybe discharged for being gay. He is older, and wanting to avoid PTSD makes a lot of sense. He has the most drastic arc from season 1, and I'm genuinely fascinated to see where it goes. Outside, he seems to be much further along in his search for truth than the others. Could he be wiped and made a double agent? Could Helly be used in this way as well? It seems like it'll be a cast dynamic in the next season. The list of options on the OTC interface are fascinating. Goldfish and elephant each being options tells me they can control memory, which explains why Miss Casey seems like a robot. Exactly. Seems we're going to see, based again on the intro, Mark go through reintegration. Oh, he goes through reintegration all over again and hopefully succeed. Oh no, I see what you mean. No, I'm sorry. I was thinking of integration, reintegration, hopefully succeed. I feel like the intro has a lot of clues about what's happening. The green and blue motif has a lot of layers. The few you mentioned, but also the badges for OND and MDR as well. There's some kind of connection. My personal prediction, just based on seeing this season a few times, is the real purpose of what they're doing down there is harvesting human emotion. Who knows why? That's another level of speculation, but they reference Lumon originally being a pharmaceutical company, so maybe it's to develop advanced medicine or cosmetic treatments. The intro shows Mark working, and then a ton of Marks being loaded into a syringe, suggesting they're trying to mass produce something for consumption. The numbers they're refining, eliciting different emotional reactions, also make me think this. Possibly. And again, it would technically track. I want to add this to my watch later, low-key. I glanced this in my corner. I would love to see that. I realized this in the very first scene of episode 1, and this is why they asked her, what is Mr. Egan's favorite breakfast? Even though she had just been severed and had not been working for Lumon yet, because she would have known because he's her dad. So they used that question to test if her severance procedure was successful. I mean, possibly, but also, like, it was also, like, told to her on the tour prior to the procedure. In episode, yeah, you hear Melchek tell Helly that Mr. Egan's favorite breakfast. Yeah, I think it's still my theory about it being like a baseline or like a what makes it through test holds more water in that regard. What an ending! What an ending! Oh, the next season's so bad. Your Audi is the epitome of patience and doesn't mind the wait between seasons. Also, hypothetically, if you could inject a serum and forget 10 of your most painful memories. Oh, we already discussed this. No, for better or for worse, all that I've experienced has made me who I am. Same with everybody watching and everybody out there in general. All that you've experienced has made you who you are. And I wouldn't change that. You know, hindsight is pointless. All we can do is learn from our mistakes and make hopefully better informed decisions going forward. But our mistakes, our regrets, our actions, our life experiences all add into making us who we are and the type of person we become. So, you know, for better or for worse, I mean, that's how it is. And I mean, it could be for worse as well, because I mean, all the, you know, serial killers out there, unfortunately poor childhoods, but it's all been a part of society. I think we're almost at the tail end here. The YouTube channel Nautilus Files is the go-to for Severance theories. Been holding us down the whole time. I'll have to give it a check. I'll check it out. You're adorable. FYI, I teared up too. Yeah, we both did. And side note, did you know you don't say your... See, I don't know about this. Somebody said you don't say your G's when they're in the middle of a word, especially after N. Oh, this whole thing again. The word cliffhanger. All right, like... Really, real talk though. Who says cliffhanger? Like, who says cliffhanger? Like, if I'm gonna put up clothing in my closet, are you gonna hang your clothing in the closet? Or are you gonna hang your clothing in the closet? I say a G when it matters, damn it. I say a G when it matters.
What are you raising your hand about? You say cliffhanger? Am I crazy? Is this like a caramel thing? Like a nuclear Caribbean? Yep, really. Hanger. Have I been wrong this whole time? What a cliffhanger. Hanger. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm the problem. Oh no. I find it really baffling that Lumon wouldn't immediately fire Mark, Dylan, and Irving next season. I definitely get why Mark will want to come back to find his wife if his sister understands the vague "she's alive" reference, but why would Helena ever agree to give Helly our control? It seems like she was done with being severed anyway. They got their propaganda pics and all that. I assume Helena will pretend that her outburst was all an act. That's what I was thinking. Interesting. So great, but what I don't get is why Mark would assume Miss Cabell isn't severed herself. Why assume she's still his boss on the outside? ETA, watch the other trailer for all Apple shows. It shows Mark on the table in the boardroom. Oh, I see it. There's more stuff. I think they know Milchek and Corell aren't. Recall when Irving is at the retirement party and yelling at Milchek, he mentions he isn't severed. You smug mother effer. I mean, it's clearly known information that Milchek is not severed. I don't think anyone assumed Cabell. See, all right, so even though there were theories earlier saying Milchek was severed, I see my original theory, and this is backed up by these comments. My initial theory is that Cabell and Milchek are, I mean, even if they're on the board, I don't think they're not severed. I don't think they're severed. Because then if they had to be unsevered out in the real world, you'd have to hold those switches, right? Gemma's not the only one lower testing room floor. Mark's sister will assume that when Mark shouted she's alive, he was referring to her daughter. Oh, that could be dark. No, but we saw in the trailer that's been disproven. Okay, we're all caught up on the comments then. Okay, perfect. Well, we have, it's been 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've yapped for almost 4.5 hours. We're getting close to the end. I don't know if there was any other version of the word hanger. Nobody else says it like, oh my god, I'm crazy then, I guess. I don't, what, hanger, hang? Like when you hang, like if we're gonna hang out later, you wouldn't say, hey, do you want to hang out later? Like, right? Like, hey, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends. Like the hard G at the end there. Yeah, we were just hanging out after school, like hanging out after school. Yeah, I love hanging out with my oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so this is the I guess open floor for I don't think there's too many people. Well, there's still some people left in here. I had a lot of fun here. This was a great time. Yeah, I just went through the comments, talked about theories, talked about the show. In the I did the trailer reaction for season 2, so in terms of like what I think is going to happen or what I analyzed from the trailer, you can find that video on my channel already. I just kind of was going over the show, talking about the show, speculations that I had, kind of my experience, thinking about just theory crafting, tinfoil hats, yada yada, listening to, you know, your feedback and having those conversations. Hate to break it to you. Oh no. But yeah, so I guess before we go, does anybody have any questions? Not that anybody has to, but please, I mean, if anybody has any questions about like just either like the channel or the plan, whether it's this or Patreon content, questions you have for me about Severance and my like journey, the experience, now's the time. Floor is open for you. Floor is open. Never did finish the banana, but I do want dinner now. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. It's fun to yap about a really cool show with a bunch of really cool people. Looking forward to the interview with the vampire version. Yes, I am too. Honestly, I'll have more preparation for that. I've low-key been trying to. I was gonna wait until we had a date for season 3 and then try to do a big like recap video. I think it'll be wiser.
I want to get in a full series rewatch also so I can show my gal pal, because I know she's going to love the show. She likes dark, gothic, twisted stuff. And yeah, I'm sure we're going to cry together. I'll be able to cry again. I want to anyway. I think it'd be wise to when I show her, I'll rewatch the show. And then probably whenever we get the next trailer, I think will be good timing. So whenever the first official, not just teaser, whenever the first official trailer drops for Interview avec la Vampire, then I'll do a trailer reaction, obviously, and then I'll probably I'll do the trailer reaction, announce a live stream where we revisit the show. That'll be an even longer one, even though there's 2 seasons, fewer episodes, but so many more. Oh my god, the comments. I'm gonna be on here for hours. That's gonna be a cluster. It'll be a fun cluster though. But yeah, that's when I'll revisit the show, talk about it some more, and then I guess maybe the book people will maybe spoil the show for me. I don't know. Same, record her. You know what? That's if I really wanted to milk the series, I guess I could. Yeah, I could record a reaction. I think she wouldn't be opposed to that. It'd be a different reaction. I think if I did a reaction with her, I might still pause, but it might be more like in line with our Arcane reactions, just kind of like, well, I'll talk with her about it, see how she feels. I'll see if she wants to like pause and discuss, and see how but I think she'd be down to do it for sure. I thirst for reactions, boy oh boy. Hopping in and back in to see I really enjoyed this chat with everyone. Hey, we appreciate you. We're wrapping it up now, but again, thanks for being a part of this. Like, thanks for, I mean, end of the day, divide the episodes if she feels so inclined. Do like the first, oh, I see what you mean, like a compilation. Interesting. Yeah, it would take me forever to edit, but I'm down for it. Yeah, I think the main thing I'd want to say is that the biggest thing I thank you guys and gals. Like, end of the day, I've done YouTube now 2025. Literally 2 days from now marks my 14th anniversary of making content, for even from the old stuff way back in the day. But I've been making YouTube content, making videos now for 14 years in 2 days, and in recent, like the last recent like couple years or so is when it's actually like really started to see some growth. And I'm just very grateful that, you know, end of the day, doing it because I enjoy doing it. And even if I only had a few people watching, that'd be awesome. But of course, I'm very grateful for everybody who has discovered me one way or another, or stumbled upon my reaction series, whether it's for Severance, Interview with a Vampire, Succession, whatever it is. Like, I'm just really happy that you guys found me and like this stuff. So I'm glad that we can, I get the privilege of being able to build up a community, however small or however big, of people that like we can come together and like enjoy these shows, react together, like feed off of each other's reactions, have these conversations. And of course, you get me ever closer and closer to me achieving that goal and dream of being able to do this, like, you know, full time, or maybe even a sustainable thing, and to make bigger projects, more content, make even cooler stuff for you guys and gals in the future. I just started a Patreon, having fun on there. Yeah, great. Thank you for being part of it. You could divide the Interview with the Vampire live. Oh, live? I could do... Ooh, does Patreon allow live streams? Otherwise, it'll be too much. Yeah, that might be a Patreon exclusive thing, because I have my reaction series, and I might kind of gauge what public interest is. If there's a large demand for it, because there have been some people that want me to rewatch the show with added context and post those videos again, to do like a whole nother like season 1 and 2 with the added context. And I mean, I could if the demand is there, but it would be much easier for us to just like record her reaction to the show, Patreon exclusive, and just go for I could do that, because I think she would also, I might have further insight. I wouldn't spoil it for her, of course, but we could easily do that. Patreon is a lot easier for me to work with. I do enjoy doing the YouTube edits, but the reason YouTube takes so much longer is because the editing is substantially more time consuming. And I'm a one-man band. I'm the only employee in my company, and I have a full-time job and other interests that I'm trying to not so gracefully balance, if I could. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. cool mate. I'll take that. They also thirst. They do thirst. They really do thirst. I thirst. Dude, we're all thirsty in here. You kidding me? Your reaction style and tasting shows my cup of tea. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's the biggest compliment. Like, even I'm grateful for those that even come for the one show. But man, those of you that have like come in and say, I found you for this, but I'm watching all these different ones and we're along for the ride. And I'm like, all right, have achieved enlightenment. This is great. Very awesome. Cool. I'll see you in the next one then. Great. I appreciate that. I really do. But yeah, I recognize very much that I'm lucky to be even in this position where I am here. And between YouTube and Patreon, this is so much fun, and I love doing it. And I love that I'm now not only doing it just for me or for a few people, but for like a decently sized group of people. It's pretty cool. But yeah, let's keep growing together. And now that we have the new office space here, yeah, we've finally settled in. And my setup's all back up and running. So now that the move's done, the holidays are done, I ain't got no more excuses. So I really plan on grinding some more content in a good way, but more shows, more movie reactions, more just content. I can hopefully, knock on wood, get caught up with movie reviews. We'll see how that goes. Kindred Spirits, hell yeah. Been here since Succession. Hey, since the old Successions. Perfect. All right, well, I think it's time for all the good boys and girls in the world to go to bed. I think I've been it's been 4.5 hours, right? Well, it says started 4 hours ago. I started at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 30, 11:30. Yeah, 4.5 hours. Only 1 hour shy of the Succession one. Some just goes to show how much more there is to talk about for theories. Because Succession, it was episode rankings and just like reminiscing on 4 seasons of a TV show, but that took 5.5 hours. And this, there were no rankings. There was no reminiscing on a show that's come and gone. It was like 30 minutes of reading comments and 4 hours of like tinfoil hat theories and just like speculation. I love it. That's great. Go eat something. Yeah, I need dinner. I'm getting lightheaded over here. I've only had a nanner. I've had a banana. That's it. All right, I'll get some din in me. Relax. Have a drinky poo. If anybody is interested, I don't know if anybody gravitates towards the gaming side of what I do, but I'm gonna be snowed in tomorrow and possibly Saturday as well. So I'll be streaming on Twitch for a good chunk, probably of the next couple days while I'm snowed in. But I'll be finishing Black Myth Wukong, but I'll also be to like settle down and play a less intense game. I'm going to be playing that Astrobot game that won Game of the Year most likely. So if anybody is about Twitch and the Vigi games, then feel free to stop on by and catch a stream. I'll be going live at some point tomorrow on the morrow. But otherwise, thank you guys and gals so much for watching. All that came in during the live stream, a short notice live stream at that, in a different time zone than a lot of what people's time zones normally are. Like, thank you. I appreciate you coming by. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for having the conversation, talking, contributing, being here. And yeah, that's about all I got to say. So stay tuned. Severance Season 2 starts in less than 10 days. Like I said, Patreon, it'll be live hopefully by the end of that night after the episode premieres, and on YouTube shortly afterwards. But I plan on being very strict about making sure I edit those properly and quickly and getting them out there to people every week as they come out. In the meantime, we still have Dark's coming out. At some point I am going to start at Mr. Robot, and then of course Last of Us Season 2 when that comes out in April, and other shows in the pipeline obviously. So everybody take care, have a good day, have a good night, and as always, goodbye travelers. And